Chapter 140. According to Lu Chen's request, the system built it at the foot of Ren AI Peak. This way, most of the way down Ren AI Peak would be blocked, making it easier to defend and harder to attack. The three idiots collected materials for 10 days, and the system built the dungeon in minutes. In front of a mountain that had just appeared, there was an unstable energy gate. Lu Chen stepped in. There was only one curved passage inside the dungeon. It was not very long, about the same as one of the three paths in the Tiger King's cave. There was not a single monster inside. At the end of the passage was a relatively empty area. It should be the boss room. This is my dungeon. Lu Chen was a little excited. He had never had his own dungeon in a public game. There are no monsters here. It seems that I have to set it myself. Lu Chen opened the operation panel and opened the Personal Dungeon option. A big menu popped up. Dungeon, Solipsistic Personal Dungeon, Dungeon Scale, Single Dungeon, Level 2 Army Hall required to upgrade, Dungeon Entry Requirement, Not Set, Dungeon Level, Level 10, Upgradable, Dungeon Unit Setup, Not Set, Player Dungeon Profit, 1, 8 to 2, 2x, Dungeon Hidden Boss, None, Dungeon Soul Essence Condensation Ratio, 1/10,000, Death Unit, Dungeon Soul Essence Storage, 0/300000, Dungeon Ranking Establishment, Not Set. It seemed that there were many things that Lu Chen had to set up himself. Lu Chen looked at the dungeon scale first. Single Dungeon, the dungeon area is very small. Player Dungeon Profit is low. Dungeon units are weak. Only one dungeon boss can be set. The highest drop is 2 pieces of blue equipment. Only one player is allowed to enter the dungeon at a time. Dungeon Spirit Energy Gathering is slow. Maximum 100,000 challenges per day. Soul Essence Condensation Ratio. Total storage is low. It seemed that there were many factors that affected the dungeon scale. There were even challenge limits. Obviously, from Lu Chen's point of view, the bigger the dungeon scale, the better. However, the dungeon was actually linked to the level of the army hall. Now, Lu Chen's army hall was only level 1. It seemed that it still lacked something to upgrade to level 2. The dungeon scale could not be changed for the time being. If normal players don't have the army hall, doesn't that mean they won't be able to level up even if they have dungeons? Lu Chen gave it some thought. That might not be the case. Back then, he had only been able to create an army because he had established a guild in the wild. It wasn't difficult to fulfill this condition. There were so many players in the world, and perhaps some of them would do the same. Since the scale of the instance dungeon could not be changed for the time being, they would have to look at the instance dungeon entry conditions. There were 4 options. 1. Free entry. 2 copper coins in, free. Entry is charged. 4. Mixed mode. Seeing this, Lu Chen was shocked. You can charge a fee? Fuck. I'm only in a single-player dungeon now, and the limit for a day's challenge is 100,000. Even if it's just 1 yuan per person, it's still a lot of money. There was nothing special about free entry. Each person could enter 3 times a day for free. The in-game currency was set according to the dungeon scale and level. The system default was that the first entry was free, but the second and third entries would cost 100 copper coins. Furthermore, each person could only challenge the dungeon 3 times a day. Lu Chen looked at the charging mode. Charging mode, in order to maintain the balance of the game, and at the same time to ensure that the manpower and material resources used in designing the dungeon are reported accordingly, the rules are as follows. The first entry is free, but the second and third entries can be set as charging 1 yuan, the amount charged increases with the dungeon's level. Tianqing is quite cautious. He's probably afraid that the players will charge for the dungeon and destroy the game environment. The charging mode still allows 2 free challenges. Even the third time will be very cheap. But even if there are only 60,000 times, that's still 60,000 per day. That's not bad. This was much more stable than farming for equipment. The last option was free. The first entry would be free, the second entry would cost 100 copper coins, and the third entry would cost 1 yuan. Lu Chen thought about it carefully and finally chose the mixed mode. Now, the main way for players to earn money was through the two towers. Looking at Tianqing's stingy manner, perhaps the copper coins would be of great use in the future. If it's really useless, I can still sell it in the future. Players need copper coins to level up their professions. Soon, Lu Chen's guess was confirmed. To level up the dungeon, one needed the game currency. However, it was not copper coins, but gold coins. Level 15 requires 10 gold coins. Level 20 requires 50 gold coins. Luckily, I've been to the two towers before. Lu Chen looked at his backpack. He now had more than 80 gold coins. Level 15 is too low. I'll level up to 20. After leveling up the dungeon, Lu Chen looked back at the dungeon entry conditions. Under the mixed mode, the first entry was free. The second entry cost 300 copper coins, and the third entry cost 3 yuan. His income had tripled. He could earn 90,000 in a day. Damn, this is definitely not a loss. I'll be able to break even soon. After setting all these, the next step was to set up the dungeon unit. The system actually gave him a brand new model. Because it was a single-player dungeon, the wild monsters would not be too strong. The Swift Leopard had the Tiger Demon's combo attack, the Cave Barbarian's knock on the mountain to scare the tiger could reduce defense, and the Netherblow Willow, the Wisp was all spiritual attack. Leopard. It has low HP. After choosing the wild monster, Lu Chen saw about 50 swift leopards moving back and forth in the tunnel. All of them were level 20. The player's income must be the highest. Otherwise, who would fight it? It would be 2 times. Let me see, the leopard's EXP is 1760. Damn, the EXP is even higher than the nightmare spirit. It doesn't matter. Players can only fight it 3 times anyway. If it's higher, then so be it. I'll use the Abyss Zombie for the boss. I'll lower the level to 20 and lower the attributes to 50%. Please choose the dungeon and the boss drops. Wild monsters can drop a maximum of 3 items. Bosses can drop a maximum of 6 items. In the following options, 2 out of 3 for green equipment, 2 out of 3 for blue equipment, and 7 out of 14 for equipment. However, the system specifically mentioned that blue equipment and some rare equipment could only be dropped by bosses. Lu Chen looked at it. For green equipment, he chose leg guards and wrist guards. For blue equipment, he chose necklaces and boots. These 2 equipment were not available at the moment, so they were more attractive. As for equipment, I'll choose a few profession skill books and put them in. They all need these things. I'll just put in a few materials. Leaderboard rewards. I'll put in materials too. After finally completing the dungeon, when Lu Chen looked at his personal dungeon again, the originally empty dungeon was no longer the same. There were swift leopards patrolling back and forth in the tunnel. The distance between them was not large, but if one paid attention to their positioning, they could fight them one by one. In the boss room, the level 20 mini Abyss Zombie was valiantly walking back and forth, as if it was waiting for players to come. He, it's done. Brothers, we can open for business now. Chapter 141. Lu Chen's dungeon had been completed. With the popularity of Jiutian, Lu Chen did not need any publicity at all. All he had to do was wait for it to blossom. Let's level up to 31st. I want to go to a level 30 main city. After saying that, Lu Chen led Xiao Min into the depths of the forest. 10 minutes later, a small team appeared at the foot of Mount Benevolence. They had the same prefix and were all members of the Stellaris Guild. Why is there a door there? Yeah, I remember this place. The last time I was here, it was said that this place was surrounded by a layer of spiritual shield and couldn't be entered. But this place doesn't have this rock mass. It looks like a dungeon. Let's go take a look. The few of them walked to the dungeon door doubtfully. It's really a dungeon. Damn, we found a hidden dungeon. The team leader, Stellaris Sagittarius, tried to touch the dungeon and a system prompt appeared in his vision. Solipsistic's personal dungeon, level 20, this dungeon is a single-player dungeon. You already have a team and cannot enter. Sagittarius was shocked. Solipsistic's personal dungeon. No way, this dungeon was built by Solipsistic. The others looked at the team leader's confused face and followed him to touch the dungeon door. They also received the same system prompt. Damn, this is a Solipsistic's dungeon. Which Solipsistic? Is he from our guild? How do you all know him? Xiaolan, you don't know Solipsistic. That guy is even more mysterious than Nameless God of War. Yeah, Nameless wasn't famous when he monopolized the trading area at the beginning of the game. I was wondering why Mad God disappeared. It turns out that he had a big move and built his own dungeon. Damn, this is definitely big news. Sagittarius was very nervous. This discovery was very significant and even related to the development of the guild. Inform the team leader immediately and ask them to come quietly. We'll broadcast it. It will definitely increase the guild's popularity. At 7:28 p.m., a guild that wasn't very famous started a live broadcast on the official website. The name of the live broadcast room was very eye-catching. Explosive. District 122 Star River Association has discovered a brand new dungeon. Traces of the Mad God have been discovered. These two posts instantly caused the popularity of the live stream to skyrocket. A large number of players flooded into the live stream, wanting to know more about the situation. The Star River Association was also very cunning. At the start, they even hid the exact coordinates of the dungeon and started a live broadcast of the dungeon clearing. Newcomer, don't be anxious. We'll start streaming this dungeon immediately. Right now, our Talisman Formation Master is using the buff. I'll give the view to our leader and let him show everyone the entire process of this exploration. The Star River Emperor had already made his preparations. He had used all the buffs and potions he could. The live stream was in chaos. It's really a new dungeon. Where is this? Where is Mad God? Didn't you say you found Mad God? What a clickbait. Mad God has disappeared for so long, how could he suddenly appear again? District 122 has a nameless brother. How could Mad God be in this server? The Star River Emperor didn't care about these comments. After everything was ready, he took a deep breath and touched the door of the dungeon. Don't say we're clickbait. Look at the name of the dungeon. Solipsistic Personal Dungeon. Seeing this name, the live stream instantly exploded. Damn, this. Wait a minute, what's a personal dungeon? This dungeon is Solipsistic's. Is this Mad God's ID? Yes, it's Mad God. Other fakes have all sorts of symbols, but Mad God's ID doesn't have any symbols. Fuck, Mad God has disappeared for so long, and he actually created a personal dungeon. Mad God is going to make a comeback. Let's go in and see what it's like. I've never heard of a personal dungeon before. The Star River Emperor glanced at the comments. As expected, the direction of the discussion had changed. Now, the fans couldn't wait to see him create a new dungeon. The number of viewers in the live stream had already reached 8 million. In the future, the Star River Emperor could be considered a guild with a name. Everyone, look, this is a personal dungeon. You can't enter it when you're in a party. Alright, I'll enter the dungeon now. I've never seen the monsters here before. They're all swift leopards, level 20 dungeon monsters. I wonder what the rewards are like. The Star River Emperor tried to kill one. The process wasn't too difficult. He also had a buff, so he was able to kill it with only half of his health left. Killed Swift Leopard, level 20 elite, captured 1760 Heaven and Earth aura, extracted 1 aura. Ding, obtained Beast Bone *2, fuck, did you guys see that? 1760 experience. The Star River Emperor was a little anxious. The monsters here aren't hard to kill, but the experience is really high. Did you guys see my experience bar? It clearly moved just now. The drops are also pretty good. The first one dropped a Beast Bone. This is a material for leveling up the Puppeteer class. It's not available anywhere else. ESD Xiao Yao and the others were also watching the live broadcast. Discovering a new dungeon was even more important for professional guilds like them. They had to pay attention. 1760 experience, this is even higher than the underground mine. Yeah, the most important thing is that this monster can be cleared by a single person. If one person can enjoy the experience alone, leveling up would be too awesome. The drop rate is also pretty good. The Star River Emperor killed 3 monsters and dropped 2 class materials. Where is this dungeon? There were a total of 50 normal monsters. The Star River Emperor took about half an hour to clear them all, and his experience had risen to 87,500 points. There's one more boss. Abyss Zombie King. Level 20, let me see if I can defeat it. This Abyss Zombie King had been weakened a lot by Lu Qin. It was only level 20, and its 3D was directly reduced by half. However, the Star River Emperor still had a hard time fighting it. It took him 3 revivals to defeat it. Killed Abyss Zombie King, level 20 single-player dungeon boss, captured 4800 aura of all things. Obtained item, 100 Beasts Necklace, level 20 blue, obtained item, Crystal of Prophecy, yellow level Skill of the Prophet, obtained Beast Tooth *2, obtained Beast Skin *3. The Star River Emperor could no longer remain calm. Fuck, it's a blue necklace. Comrades, it's a blue necklace. There's even a yellow level Skill of the Prophet. This is a skill dropped by a boss. Over 90,000 experience points, a blue necklace, and a class book. This dungeon is too awesome. The Star River Emperor quickly exited the dungeon and clicked on it again. This dungeon didn't have a reset time, but this time, he had to pay 300 copper coins. The second time requires 300 copper coins. No problem, this amount of money is nothing. The Star River Emperor was excitedly clearing the dungeon. But when he was resting, he glanced at the live stream and discovered that the number of viewers in the live stream was like an avalanche. Everyone had fled. At the same time, in the wilderness of each district, a large number of players appeared. Thunderous Heavens was currently organizing members to sweep the map, looking for the dungeon that had just appeared. The Star River Association was too sneaky. They still hadn't revealed the dungeon's coordinates. They couldn't wait any longer. Mad God's Dungeon? Where is it? It should be around here. The background of the Star River Emperor's live stream is here. We've already explored this area. Thunderstorm was suddenly stunned. If this is Mad God's personal dungeon, then it's possible that it only exists in District 122. This dungeon will definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire server. We have to find the dungeon's location quickly. Inform all the guild leaders to change their IP and enter District 122. Chapter 142. When the Thunder Guild gathered and rushed to District 122, they found that it was already crowded with people. In Wuxia, they had to face the reality that no matter how good you were, there would always be a group of people ahead of you. This was great. They didn't even have to look for the dungeon location. Wherever there were more people, the dungeon would be there. Total number of dungeon challenges today, 1699/100000. This dungeon actually had a limit on the number of challenges. This was even worse. One dungeon gave 90,000 experience, and it also dropped a blue necklace and a class book. The benefits were too good. With such tempting benefits on the other side, there was already some chaos in front of the dungeon. Everyone present was squeezing towards the dungeon. 300 copper coins for the second time. Don't even think about it, spend it. 3 renminbi for the third time. Spend it as if it didn't cost money. Are you going in or not? If not, make way. Whoever dares to take advantage of me, don't blame me for being rude. Why are people from other servers here? Aren't the officials going to do something about it? District 122 is so crowded. Can't you guys go back to your own district to play? The players in District 122 were also depressed. Many guilds from other districts suddenly appeared around them. The key was that many top guilds also came to join in the fun. This also caused them to be angry but not dare to say anything. Lu Chen passed by the stone door again. The pitiful little ghost girl was no longer there. She was now floating behind him, so the stone door mission was naturally gone. Farming ghosts. Forget it, I'm about to throw up. I'll find other monsters to farm. At this moment, Lu Chen found that the dungeon options kept jumping. Lu Chen immediately opened the dungeon information. As soon as he opened it, a long string of messages instantly filled the message box. 1943-03, you have received 300 copper coins, 2027-22, you have received 300 copper coins, 2027-22, you have received 3 renminbi. It has been transferred to your bound agricultural bank savings card. 2027-22, you have received 300 copper coins, 2027-23, you have received 3 renminbi. It has been transferred to your bound agricultural bank savings card. The number of messages was so shocking that it was impossible to check. Lu Chen could only look for the total data from the dungeon interface. Today's dungeon challenge times, 47741/100000, free challenge times, 20,113, 15,325 copper coins challenge, total income, 459 gold, 75 silver coins, challenge fee, 12,303 times, income, 36,909 yuan. Dungeon Soul Essence Reserve, 268/300000, the number of challenges was still jumping crazily. Every time it jumped by more than 10 or 20 times, it was even more terrifying than a stopwatch. Damn, that's fast. Lu Chen was overjoyed. He had only built the instance dungeon for less than an hour, and he was already making money. As long as the instance dungeon was active, Lu Chen could earn a large sum of money every day. He was simply lying down to earn money and earn resources. In addition, Lu Chen was most concerned about the soul essence. This was the reward he looked forward to the most when he built the instance dungeon. Currently, the rate at which the spirit essence was increasing was not fast. However, one had to know that the current instance dungeon was the most basic single-player instance dungeon. The number of instance dungeon monsters that could be accommodated was still very small. At this rate, I should be able to obtain an additional 600 soul essences a day, which should be enough to form a stable income. As long as the instance dungeon is there, I don't need to pay for equipment, gold coins, money, and soul essences. This is a good deal, Lu Chen said with satisfaction. Originally, Lu Chen built the instance dungeon for fun. Judging from the current income, it seemed that he could spend some EXP on the instance dungeon. Lu Chen opened the Legion option and studied it carefully. Level 2 Legion Hull requires a Level 2 Soul Source, materials, and 20 subordinates. 20 subordinates requires a lot of reputation. It would be great if I could find a place that drops 7-star materials. A 7-star material could sell for 1 million reputation, which should be enough to support his expenses. As he spoke, Lu Chen actually walked out of the mass graves. There were 2 roads in front of him. Lu Chen went to look at the road signs. The east led to Divine Beast Mountain, and the west led to the main road. It seemed that after crossing 2 mountains, he would reach a level 30 main city. With Lu Chen's current strength, going to a level 30 main city was no problem at all. However, the Divine Beast Mountain on the other side immediately attracted his attention. Divine Beast Mountain? There won't be any divine beasts there, right? Lu Chen had only collected 1 ultimate divine beast and 1 ultimate vicious beast. There must be many divine beasts outside. Let's go take a look. Not long after, Lu Chen found that there was only 1 road in front of him, leading to a huge mountain peak. The mountain path was paved with steps, and on both sides of the steps stood various divine beast statues. Qilin, Taowu, 4 great vicious beasts, Bays, 9-tailed fox, Kuan, hellhound, and many others that even Lu Chen couldn't name. Walking all the way to the top of the mountain, Lu Chen appeared in front of a simple farmhouse courtyard. An old man was leisurely cleaning the courtyard. A rhubarb dog was lying in the courtyard, yawning lazily. Seeing someone come, the old man put down the broom in his hand and smiled at Lu Chen. "Hello, young man." Lu Chen nodded. "Hello, old man. This guy is obviously an NPC. Living here alone, he must be extraordinary. I wonder if there's a mission. You must be tired after such a long journey. If you don't mind, come in and have a cup of tea and rest." Lu Chen didn't hesitate. He pushed open the fence and came into the small courtyard. The old man poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one of them in front of Lu Chen before sitting down. Rhubarb lay at the old man's feet lazily. "Young man, you're the first person to come to my place." Lu Chen didn't know what to say, so he just listened. "How rare. You've already collected 2 ultimate divine beasts. There are only 4 in the 100-beast mountain, and you've collected 2 by yourself. Each divine beast is extremely difficult to obtain, not to mention the ultimate divine beasts. It's even more difficult." When Lu Chen heard this, it wasn't strange that the NPC knew that he had 2 ultimate divine beasts. What was strange was that he actually said that there were 2 more ultimate divine beasts in the 100-beast mountain. He immediately asked, "Old man, you said that there are 2 more ultimate divine beasts in the 100-beast mountain. Do you know where they are?" The old man looked at Lu Chen and smiled. "Didn't you get 2 keys? One of them is related to one of these 2 keys." Lu Chen had the secret room of the Revenant's door and the key to the 2nd floor of the underground mine. He didn't know which key the old man was talking about. "Old man, can you be more specific?" The old man smiled. "I'll stop here. If I tell you everything, won't you miss out on the fun of exploring Zhejian?" Seeing that the old man wasn't willing to go into detail, Lu Chen could only give up for now. But at least he knew that there was 1 more divine beast. It was either in the Revenant's door or in the depths of the underground mine. "Right, old man, you said that there are 4 divine beasts in the 100-beast mountain. Where is the other one? Can you tell me?" The old man took a sip of tea and suddenly said, "I don't have much time left." Lu Chen frowned. Why was the old man saying something that didn't make sense? "Young man, can you help me take care of Rhubarb?" Lu Chen blinked and looked at the lazy Rhubarb lying at the old man's feet. This is a mission. Or, is Rhubarb a divine beast? It can't be that easy for me to get it. Chapter 143. The old man laughed. Rhubarb is just an ordinary hunting dog. Anyway, the NPCs in Jiutian were all weird. This old man was even weirder than Xiaomin. Lu Chen only knew that the old man was definitely not an ordinary NPC, but he did not know if he had a mission for him. Lu Chen thought about it. At least the old man had given him some useful information. From this point alone, it did not matter if he helped the old man. "Old man, I can help you take care of it." The old man looked at Lu Chen even more kindly. "Okay, thank you, little brother." A message suddenly popped up from the system. Hidden mission, Immortal Fate, completed, reward, Ancient Fragment X1, Ancient Heart X1, WTF. Lu Chen opened his backpack in disbelief. There was an ancient fragment and an ancient heart in his backpack. This works too. Lu Chen widened his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him in shock. This guy was an immortal. Wait a minute, this mission was a little interesting. It did not tell him anything at the beginning and only told him after he completed it. If he did not help the old man take care of rhubarb, or did not even come in to drink tea, this mission would not be available. Moreover, it seemed that only the person with the highest level would be here first. Therefore, this mission was not available to ordinary people at all. "Thank you for taking care of rhubarb for me. That is my gift to you," the old man said with a smile. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. He could get ancient materials just by chatting. Then, he planned to have a long talk with the old man. They would talk until the end of time. However, before Lu Chen could find a topic to talk about, the old man stood up and said, "I should go. Little brother, you and I are fated. Let me give you a word of advice. You must remember it well." Lu Chen was a little disappointed. It seemed that his wish of getting more ancient materials was going to be dashed. "Old man, please go ahead." Mad God and Nameless. You can become Mad God, but you can also become nameless. After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly turned into a white light and shot into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Only a stunned Lu Chen and Rhubarb were left looking up at the sky. "Woo woo." Rhubarb whimpered softly. Its head was lying by his feet, it seemed to be in low spirits. However, Lu Chen was still in a daze. Mad God. Nameless. Others did not know that these two people were Lu Chen, but it was not surprising that the NPCs knew. However, since he already knew, what was the difference between the two? Mad God and Nameless? Is there a difference? Isn't it me? I don't know what this sentence. Lu Chen looked at the tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Drinking the loose immortal tea, spiritual energy increased by 50 points. PFFF. Lu Chen almost spat out the immortal tea. Fortunately, he forcefully held it back and swallowed it back. 50 had 50 nameless. He only had 68 points of spiritual energy, so he couldn't afford to waste them. Not only could he not waste it, but he also had to check if there was any left in the teapot. As a result, Lu Chen lifted the teapot. It was empty. Well, I didn't expect there to be such a mission here. I almost missed it. Lu Chen shook his head. There were still two mythical beasts in the 100-Beast Mountain. One was in the Gate of the Dead or in the underground mine. The other one was a little difficult to find. It might be in an undiscovered dungeon or secret realm. The appearance of a mythical beast will definitely cause a huge commotion. I don't need to waste time wandering around. Lu Chen thought for a while and said, "Let's evolve first." There was no one else around. Lu Chen took off his human skin. From the crack behind him, a terrifying creature about 4 meters tall slowly revealed its original form. Lu Chen's appearance scared Xiao Min to tears last time. However, Rhubarb only raised its head to take a look. It actually continued to lower its head and did not take it seriously. Increase star level, increase talent. Undead bloodline. After 2 rays of golden light, Lu Chen's new attributes were generated. Quality, 5 star, 2-stage increase in 3 dimensions by 550%, 0/320, 5-star quality, 0 of 1, primordial heart, level, 28, upgrade progress, 11044040/60000000, physical strength, strength, 821, Basic 533 plus Equipment 181 plus Title 107. Agility, 753, Basic 533 plus Equipment 220, Physique, 783, Basic 533 plus Equipment 197 plus Title 53, Spiritual Strength, 118, Elixir 118, 78/11800, Pure Spiritual Energy, Physical Attack, 1028 to 1044 Poison Attack, 10, Defense, Physical Defense. 543, Basic 266 plus Equipment 223 plus Title 54, Spiritual Defense, 24, Health, 21632, Basic 13860 plus Equipment 3940 plus Title 3832, Physical Attack, 1000, Defense, 500, Health, 22,000. Humph, my attributes have increased again. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The reward this time came too easily. He looked at Rhubarb and said, "Rhubarb, you will stay in my territory from now on and help me guard the house." Rhubarb stood up reluctantly, shook off the dust on its body, and walked to Lu Chen's feet. In Lu Chen's pet column, there was an additional Rhubarb. Lu Chen glanced at Rhubarb's attributes. Pet, Rhubarb, white, age, 202 years old, young, physical strength, 28, agility, 24, physique, 30, defense, physical defense, 14, health, 600, talent, super sense of smell, can smell danger within a 600-meter range. Damn, at your age. Aren't you too willful? 202 years old. And you're still a young one. Lu Chen was stunned. But your 3D is a bit low. You won't be bullied by the 10 beasts, right? I have to warn them. Speaking of which, since you have the super sense of smell talent, do you know where the other mythical beast is? Lu Chen asked. Lu Chen was just asking casually. After all, the old man said that Rhubarb was just an ordinary dog. But who knew that Rhubarb would actually wag its tail, looking very excited? You know. Lu Chen asked in surprise. Rhubarb nodded. Lu Chen suddenly widened his eyes. Where? Rhubarb barked twice, and Lu Chen's system automatically showed the meaning that Rhubarb wanted to express. The system only showed 2 words, but when Lu Chen saw these 2 words, he suddenly frowned. No way, it's all in. At this moment, the 2 words Lu Chen saw in front of him were clearly Celestial Mountain. Lu Chen had been to Celestial Mountain a few times, so he was very familiar with the area. The main city of Celestial Mountain was built on the mountain. There were shops in the main city, a gathering place for professionals, the twin towers of Celestial Mountain, and a lake called Stormy Pond. On the side of Celestial Mountain's main city, there were some small peaks. These small peaks were the headquarters of the various large guilds. Strange, I've been there a few times, but I haven't seen any mythical beasts. Mythical beasts can't be in a guild's territory. Lu Chen pondered. Wait. When I first established the army, the game mentioned that I didn't rely on the protection of Celestial Mountain and set up my own guild. This activated the territory quest. In other words, Celestial Mountain is actually very strong. Celestial Mountain does have some soldiers, all level 50 elites, but there aren't many, only 300 to 400. With such a defensive force, could they protect the entire Celestial Mountain, such a large area, and so many guilds? Lu Chen felt that it was a little dangerous. Jiutian had a wild monster ecosystem. Celestial Mountain covered such a large area, but no wild monster dared to take half a step into the minefield. Why was that? Could it be that this mythical beast is very likely to be the guardian of Celestial Mountain? Is it the true guardian of Celestial Mountain? Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. To obtain that mythical beast, didn't that mean he had to destroy Celestial Mountain? Shit, can this game still be played? What bullshit divine blood demonic seed quest? Lu Chen said frantically. Is this a quest that can be completed by humans? Chapter 144. The dungeon's daily limit was reached very quickly. Outside the dungeon, many people shook their heads and sighed. Tiger King is only 50,000 EXP, Underground Mine is 60,000 EXP, and this dungeon is 90,000 EXP. It's a loss if we miss out. Why is it only in District 122? Mad God is in District 122 too. Why can't they get one in our district too? Don't you think it's interesting? Mad God and Nameless are both in District 122. I think Mad God can't stand Nameless being in the limelight. He's finally making a comeback. This topic had become a hot topic in the gaming forums. Mad God and Nameless, who is stronger? There were all kinds of analysis posts on the forums. I think Nameless is stronger. What does Mad God have? Isn't he just selling equipment? Has anyone seen him in real combat? No. But I think everyone has seen Nameless in real combat. A few of my professional gamers said Nameless skills are pretty good. Don't forget, when Mad God became famous, Nameless was nameless. Anyone with good equipment can fight, but Nameless can build a personal dungeon. That's a completely different level of suppression. Previous poster, if I gave you the same set of equipment, you'd still be beaten to a pulp. Many people can't understand Nameless skills. His awareness, positioning, prediction, and mentality are all top-notch. How could Mad God be compared to John Doe just because he built a dungeon? What a joke. Mad God and Nameless both had their own fans and haters. Neither side could convince the other. Both sides seem to be looking forward to a face-off between the most mysterious player, Mad God, and God of War, Nameless. On the other hand, due to the appearance of Solipsistic's personal dungeon in District 122, there was a sudden surge in the number of players. Due to the Jotian rule that players could not change their IP after killing a boss within 12 hours, many people might be stuck in District 122 for a long time. District 122 had somehow become the most crowded server in the country. It was a good thing that the big guilds still had to keep the records of their original servers, such as the records of the 2 towers and guild resources. They wouldn't move the entire server. That way, they wouldn't have any conflict of interest with the native guilds in Section 122. Everyone would just be grinding dungeons and leveling up, so it didn't seem to affect them too much. However, for the Soaring Dragon Guild, this was an opportunity to increase their fame. The guild's internal PK competition that was originally scheduled for the next day was bound to be seen by even more people. For this reason, Soaring Dragon changed the time and location of the competition, preparing to postpone it to 2 days later and spend a lot of money to hold a large-scale PK competition. The rules of the competition had also changed. Every member of the 3 major guilds needed to team up with another non-guild non-professional player to PK in pairs. At this stage, almost all of the main forces and reserve forces of the various large guilds had entered the Celestial Mountain main city. Then, it was time to expand the scale of the guild and recruit external members. This PK competition was the best opportunity for that. As for the location of the PK competition, it was arranged to be at the 72 Heavenly Flame Pillars martial arts practice field in the inner city of the Immortal Mountain. The martial arts practice field was located next to the Stormy Pond. Pillars of light would shoot out from the ground at any time. The damage of these pillars of light was off the charts. As long as one was hit, a -10,000 would appear above their head and they would be killed instantly. The location and time of the eruption of the heavenly flame pillars was random. Players only had 1 second to dodge. In this competition, the players' reactions, positioning, and ability to make good use of external conditions were all extremely harsh challenges. Is the live stream ready? Soaring Dragon's management was still inquiring about matters related to the PK competition. We spent 20 gold coins to rent the martial arts practice field this time, so the publicity effect must be made known. Director Liu, our 3 streamers are ready. In addition, we have invited Feng Lingzi and Xiao Ming to live stream this competition. Both of their popularity has been in the official top 5 for a long time. Of course I know. When can we cultivate such streamers? Okay, inform everyone. In 30 minutes, we will have a preparation meeting. Okay. Lu Yi and Xiao Mei sat at the back of the large conference room, looking at Director Lu. The guild leader was speaking on the stage. So, this time, especially the members of the reserve team, as long as you can defeat the members of the main team, you will be qualified to join the main team. Director Lu said. Soaring Dragon added, because it is a 2v2, other than your own strength, the strength of your teammates is also very important. Call on those friends with strong skills around you. That way, your chances of winning will be higher. In addition, if you have nothing to do, you should also recommend our guild to your friends. Now that the competition between guilds is getting more and more intense, there is strength in numbers. We also need to expand our guild and recruit some capable new members. Director Lu said, how about this, if everyone recruits a qualified new member, we will reward 500 yuan. Lu Yi and Xiao Mei looked at each other and suddenly widened their eyes. 500 yuan for one person. The company was so rich now. After the meeting, Xiao Mei and Lu Yi went to the lounge to chat. Xiao Mei, do you have someone in mind? I want to call my brother, but I don't know if he is willing to join our guild. What about you? My brother will probably come. Anyway, he is playing alone. If he joins the guild, I can protect him. Lu Yi said proudly. She seemed to be very happy when she thought of Lu Chen following behind her for protection. However, Lu Yi thought about it. Her brother had recently earned a lot of money. Perhaps he did not have much time to play the game. I just don't know if our guild wants him. I am afraid his level is too low. What is your brother's level? I am not too sure. His skills are very good, but he seems to be playing casually. Who cares? Anyway, let's recruit him first. If he sneaks in, let's earn 500 yuan first. Okay. Lu Chen was rushing. He did not expect a level 30 main city to be so far away. Although he knew the whereabouts of the other 2 mythical beasts, Lu Chen was very clear. Previously, he did not fight mythical beasts, but the remnant souls of mythical beasts. This time, he did not know what form the 2 mythical beasts were in. If they were the real bodies of the mythical beasts, he would definitely not be able to defeat them. Moreover, one of them had destroyed the main city of the Celestial Mountain. This was not a simple matter. He had to increase his strength first. When can I get a mount? Lu Chen complained. Xiao Min, have you been to a level 30 main city? Boss, I have never left the mass grave before. Lu Chen smiled. That's true. Rhubarb, what about you? After Rhubarb told Lu Chen that there were mythical beasts in the Celestial Mountain, Lu Chen could not leave Rhubarb alone in the territory. Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises by bringing him along. Woof woof. You have been there. The system helped Lu Chen translate Rhubarb's prophecy. Woof woof woof. What? I will be abused like a dog if I go there now. Impossible. Wait, aren't you a dog? You are disrespecting yourself too much. Woof woof woof. TSK, I don't believe you. You probably don't know your boss's strength. After walking for an unknown period of time, Lu Chen finally saw the road sign in front of him. This was a fork in the road. The road in the middle led to the level 30 main city, Firmament City. The road on the left led to Fiend City. The road on the right led to 3 areas, Moon-worshipping Blood Pool, Breaking Head Cliff, and Ancient Battlefield. Lu Chen looked up. The direction of the main city was shrouded in fog. The direction of Fiend City was covered in layers of fog. The direction of moon-worshipping blood pool was filled with the faint sound of wind and cranes. Where should I go first? Chapter 145. Just as Lu Chen was hesitating, the communication window showed that his younger sister, Lu Yi, was calling him. Connect. Brother, where are you? I'm in Jiutian. Hey, when are you coming home? How long have you not been home? Hurry up and clean up your trash. The silly girl had grown up, and Lu Chen could not casually touch her things. After Lu Yi cleaned up her things, they could move to their new home. I haven't had time recently. I'm in the main force. Brother, where are you in Jiutian? I'll go find you and help you level up. I'm wandering around. No, why are you looking for me? Brother, can you accompany me in a guild PK competition the day after tomorrow? I'm not part of your guild. Lu Yi briefly explained the new rules of the company. Finally, she said, Brother, although your level is not high, I have absolute confidence in your skills. So, accompany me in a team PK. Lu Chen was currently concerned about another problem. Your competition location is next to the Stormy Pond. Yes, it's the 72 Sky Flame Pillars training ground. I spent 20 gold to rent it. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Didn't he want to investigate the strength of the Celestial Mountain's mythical beast? He had to take care of his younger sister's matters. Since he could also investigate the Celestial Mountain's mythical beast, Lu Chen decided on the spot. Okay, but I'll make it clear first. When the time comes, I can only guarantee that I won't die. You'll do the fighting and killing. You're all professionals. I'm scared. I know, brother. Look at how scared you are. Okay, since you don't want me to help you level up, I'll go with Little Mei and the others to clear instance dungeons. After hanging up, Lu Chen thought for a moment. When the time came, he would adjust the attribute ratio. The key was to see if he could figure out the mythical beast. It was still early for the day after tomorrow, so Lu Chen decided to explore the map first. Let's go to the moon-worshipping blood pool first. The ancient battlefield. I wonder if there are any ancient materials. Although Lu Chen didn't believe Rhubarb's reminder, he didn't completely ignore it. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Rhubarb was following the old man, and every time the Jiutian jumped to a new map, the difficulty would increase exponentially. It was likely that the new maps would not be easy to explore. Xiao Min, possess. Rhubarb, go to the beast pen first. After putting away the two pets, Lu Chen glanced at the road on the right, took a deep breath, and walked over. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. Lu Chen suddenly realized that his HP was slowly decreasing. Fuck, did I get hit by a debuff? Lu Chen checked his status. Blood poison, inflicts 0.5% of maximum HP damage every second. This damage is called life removal effect. Defense is ineffective. So domineering. The surrounding fog gradually turned red, and the smell of blood became stronger and stronger. Not long after, a huge red lake appeared in front of Lu Chen. The lake's surface was suffused with fog, and the red lake water was like blood. Fuck, it's a little scary. Beside the lake, there was a stone tablet. Moon-worshipping blood pool, 1,000-man cave, 10,000-man pool, flesh to mud, blood to the moon. It can't be, right? This lake is filled with blood. Lu Chen was shocked. How much blood would be needed to fill such a huge lake? Alright, I was wrong. The developers of Tianheng are definitely sick. As he spoke, Lu Chen had already unsheathed Tiger Weep from his back. This place was clearly not a map where one could stroll around and admire the scenery. Just the scenery was already so terrifying, so the monsters must be even more terrifying. Lu Chen stepped into the moon-worshipping blood pool. However, to his surprise, the monsters here were actually humanoid monsters. Enemy invasion. A man in a red robe shouted, and several people suddenly appeared around him. Fuck, they're calling for companions. Blood sacrifice, blood skeletons. The disciples of moon-worshipping cult invoked their techniques and summoned their pets. More than a dozen red skeletons rose from the lake's surface, and they were all over 2 meters tall. They quickly walked to their master's side from the lake's surface and immediately surrounded Lu Chen. They're all spiritualists. The difference between a spiritualist and a puppeteer was that one was naturally born while the other was artificially tempered. When a spiritualist's pet attacked, they could also attack. The red skeletons quickly attacked Lu Chen. -74, -73, -69, the skeleton's attack was not low. Lu Chen's physical defense was over 500, and these guys actually managed to hit him. -233, blood poison curse, -231, blood poison curse. Logically speaking, these attacks should not be able to hit him, but Lu Chen discovered that his HP was dropping rapidly. Fuck, what's going on? Lu Chen carefully looked at the source of the damage. The skeleton's attacks were nothing much, and they were all physical attacks. The moon-worshipping sect members only dealt around 200 damage. However, among the many attacks, there was one that was increasing rapidly. Fuck, these guys' blood poison curse can actually stack. Lu Chen finally saw it. His HP debuff was currently dropping at 10.5% of his maximum HP. Losing 10.5% HP in 1 second, who could withstand that? Tiger Roar, Great Ravager Sweep. The moon-worshipping sect members had around 5,000 HP, and they died after 4 or 5 attacks. When their master died, the skeletons also scattered. However, Lu Chen's debuff was still there. Fuck, I'm going to die from the poison. Fortunately, Lu Chen had just stepped into the moon-worshipping blood pool, and he hurriedly retreated from the area. Only then did his debuff begin to disappear layer by layer. When the blood poison curse completely disappeared, Lu Chen only had around 2,000 HP left. Fuck, luckily I didn't go too deep. Otherwise, I would definitely die in there. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Rhubarb's warning was not groundless. He did not know how big the moon-worshipping blood pool was. It seemed that he would not be able to pass through it for the time being, let alone pass through the guillotine cliff and enter the ancient battlefield that he was most interested in. It seems that it won't be easy to pass through this place. I'll replenish my HP and go to Fiend City to take a look. Fiend City was an abandoned castle. As soon as he stepped into the ruins of Fiend City, a large group of giant monkeys emerged from the surroundings. Blood Fiend Macaque, 3, these monkeys used both their hands and feet to run, and their speed was very fast. It's a new species, I wonder what kind of talent they have. Lu Chen decided to use Great Ravager Sweep to clear out some of them and leave a few behind to test their talent. Tiger Roar, Great Ravager Sweep. The scene of a large number of damage points floating around did not happen as he imagined. Under the cover of the sword aura, the group of Blood Fiend Macaque's figures suddenly became blurry, and they instantly teleported 10 meters away, easily avoiding Lu Chen's Great Ravager Sweep. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was not disappointed. Instead, his eyes widened. Don't tell me that this is their talent. What Lu Chen lacked now was a movement technique. If he could get this skill, it would be too awesome. Purchase Yellow Rank Technique Summary Scroll. Use. Invalid target, the opponent did not use any technique. It really is a talent. Lu Chen was instantly energized. Ha ha ha, I can't beat the blood pool, but I can't beat you monkeys. This talent, I want it. Chapter 146. Killed Blood Fiend Macaque, 3. Captured 840 Spiritual Energy. Obtained rank 2 talent fragment 1. Obtained 2-star quality point 1. Increased pure spiritual energy by 1. Killed blood fiend macaque, 3. Captured 840 spiritual energy. Obtained rank 2 talent fragment 1. Obtained 2-star quality point 1. Ding! Obtained item monkey tail X1. Obtained item spirit monkey belt, level 24 green. Damn, even the small monsters can drop green equipment. Lu Chen was surprised. As his level increased, the quality of the items dropped by the wild monsters would also be higher. Lu Chen did not have a belt yet. Although it was a level 24 green equipment, this belt added physical defense and 5 spiritual defense. Some of the basic attributes could be equipped directly. There are quite a lot of macaques here. Their level range is very wide, so I don't have to run around. The experience is okay too. Let's reach level 30 first. The closer he got to the center of Fiend City, the more macaques Lu Chen noticed. It seemed that there were many macaque nests around, and there was an endless stream of them. Come on, come on. The more the better. After another day of farming, Lu Chen finally reached level 30. At level 30, Lu Chen put on the purple mask that he had previously obtained. The surface of the mask was a ferocious ghost face, but the attributes were very high. The key was the special effect Spirit Gathering Vein Seal. It had a 10% chance of silence and speed reduction. Once hit, it would be a nightmare for the brittle. Then Lu Chen checked the reputation store. The number of macaques killed was enough. He could fuse the bloodline and buy a skin. Fuse the bloodline first. Talent Monkey Spirit Bloodline, Rank 2, Rapid Movement. Explodes the potential of the monkey spirit's agility. Move a maximum of 10 meters in 0.5 seconds. While moving, it does not affect other techniques. Cooldown of 120 seconds. Hiss. This displacement skill is quite strong. Lu Chen looked carefully at the talent description. Many games had displacement skills, but while moving, they could not do other things. However, this talent of the monkey spirit bloodline was not a normal displacement skill. It was more like a short burst of movement speed. While moving, it did not affect other techniques. Quite strong. Level up to rank 4. After leveling up, rapid movement became 20 meters in 0.5 seconds. The distance has doubled. Very strong. However, it would be great if there was an ancient era's shard that could bring about a qualitative change. Lu Chen said greedily, damn it, there are too few ancient materials. It would be great if I could complete a few more Immortal Destiny missions. It was obvious that Immortal Destiny missions were not so easy to come by. Lu Chen could only place his hopes on the ancient battlefield and hope that that place would live up to its name. Today's mission had been completed, so Lu Chen prepared to sleep. Just as she lay down, Li Muhua called her. Hey, Brother Chen, you're not in the game. This guy was now calling Lu Chen Big Brother Chen. Speaking of which, who knew who was older? No, I'm tired and ready to sleep. How many people are sleeping in the game now? Forget it. It's better to draw a clear distinction between the game and reality. Alright, you can do whatever you want. By the way, you bought a house previously, right? I helped you hide the information. Thanks. I'm always being stared at like a monkey in the game. I don't want it to be the same in reality. Forgive me for being blunt, but I really can't understand your troubles. By the way, Brother Chen, where did you get the spiritual creature's soul essence that you gave us? I don't know either. I see. Then why didn't you go to the second underground floor? I'll go after a while. The hidden boss there is quite strong. If the second floor also has a hidden boss, I might not be able to beat it. If even you can't beat it. Alright, then let's just go to the first floor. How many minutes do we need to clear the first floor's hidden boss? Within 6 minutes. Pfft. Big brother, pretend I didn't ask. Have a good rest. After hanging up, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. This guy Li Muhua seemed to be a military officer and was quite funny in private. Tomorrow was Lu Yi's guild PK. He didn't know how good that silly girl was at PK. He was looking forward to it. The next morning, Lu Chen was woken up by Lu Yi's phone call. Brother, where are you? My guild is PK today. Hearing about Lu Yi's business, he could feel that the silly girl was very nervous. She worked so hard for so long for today. I just woke up. I'm going down to eat breakfast. Oh, then hurry up. I'll wait for you at the Celestial Mountain main city. With his sister's orders, Lu Chen hurriedly got up, washed up, went downstairs for breakfast, bought groceries, and exercised. Once he was done, he logged into the game as soon as he got home. After logging in, Lu Chen saw that his dungeon earnings were full for the day. He earned more than 70,000 renminbi, 600 soul essences, and 800 gold. Don't these people sleep? Lu Chen shook his head. No matter what, Lu Yi was the main character today. Lu Chen went on the trade network and bought a few low-level equipment to change into. He also adjusted his stats to 30% and turned off the Zombie King's mask's purple aura special effect. After tidying up, he rushed to the Celestial Mountain main city. However, once he reached the Celestial Mountain main city, the surrounding players still noticed Lu Chen at a glance. That person is wearing a mask. Brother, where did the mask drop? I think it's pretty cool. How are its stats? Can you show it to us? This equipment naturally couldn't be displayed casually. Once it was displayed, the consequences would be unimaginable if it was a level 30 purple equipment. Bought it from the shop. It has no stats. It's for decoration, Lu Chen said casually. Does the shop sell masks? Yes. It refreshes once every 3 hours. There's a small chance of getting equipment, but it's usually white and has poor stats. However, it's quite interesting to see him wear it. Lu Chen was stunned. The shop really sold masks. Alright, that'd be for the best. The group of people disappeared with a whoosh and all rushed to the sundry goods store. Lu Chen took the opportunity to slip away quickly. From afar, Lu Chen saw Lu Yi anxiously looking left and right. When she saw Lu Chen, she was stunned for a moment until Lu Chen walked in front of her. You don't even recognize your brother? Lu Yi came up and took off Lu Chen's mask. After confirming that it was Lu Chen, she hammered him. Brother, where did you get such an ugly mask? Did you buy it from the sundry goods store? The equipment there is terrible and the price is crazy high. Hiding your ID. You're learning Nameless. Lu Chen chuckled. Don't move. I think this mask is pretty cool. Who would imitate Nameless? That's so trashy. TSK, keep bragging. Lu Yi smiled and put on Lu Chen's mask. Don't spend money on these useless things in the future. A mask only adds a few points of defense. Copper coins will be of great use in the future. Oh, got it, Lu Chen replied honestly. At this time, Little Mei also brought her brother over. Seeing Little Mei's brother, Lu Chen was stunned. Wasn't this his guild's, annotating handsome? Brother handsome, I've heard a lot about you. This is my brother. Lu Yi introduced Lu Chen. My brother used to play, Lu Yi. Lu Chen called out to the silly girl. He didn't want to talk about the past anymore. He reached out his hand and said to Handsome, hello. Handsome looked at Lu Chen strangely and reached out his hand as well. Hello, brother. Where did you get this mask? It's quite interesting, I was lucky. I bought it from the sundry goods store. I saw it and bought it. Lu Chen directly used the words of other players. Huh, you've got quite a personality. If you see it next time, get me one too. Brother. Little May looked at her brother gloomily. Why were all men's hobbies so weird? The competition is about to start. This competition is very important to us. I'll have to trouble you two mask lovers to play well. It seemed that Louis wasn't the only one who was nervous. Everyone in the Soaring Dragon preparatory group was probably nervous. Chapter 147. Many people had come to watch Soaring Dragon's PK today. Soaring Dragon had also done a lot of publicity, so the entire practice field was packed with people. In Zhoutian, PvP was still not common. However, everyone understood that the higher one's level was, the more chances there would be to PvP in the future. Soaring Dragon's players were all professional players. Their understanding of the class could give people a lot of inspiration. Spending some time to learn would also save them a lot of trouble. On the stage of the practice field, Soaring Dragon's upper echelons, team leaders, branch team leaders, and the streamers were all standing there. The publicity was effective. The number of spectators today has exceeded our expectations. Yes. This is an event to promote the guild's brand. The bigger the event, the better. Are the team members ready? Director Liu, we're ready. The reserve team can challenge any member of the main team. Director Liu's level was actually quite high. He was level 19, and his in-game ID was Soaring Dragon Old Liu. Soaring Dragon said, Director Liu, the popularity of our live stream rooms has increased. This time, we have to thank Wind Chime and Little Ming for their help. Wind Chime smiled. Team leader War Sky, you're too polite. The fans also like to watch this kind of event. Director Liu nodded at Wind Chime. Then I'll have to trouble you all. Alright, let's not keep the audience waiting. Prepare to activate the 72 Pillars of Flame. The competition will begin immediately. Not long after, circles of marks appeared on the ground of the large training field. A second later, pillars of light shot up into the sky. Each pillar of light lasted for a full 5 seconds. Damn, these are the 72 Pillars of Flame. I think it costs 20 gold to rent one. It said that one pillar of flame deals 10,000 damage per second. One touch and you'll die. Every time the pillars of flame appear, the time is random. The reaction time is too short. If you fight here, the requirements for both sides' reactions, positioning, and adaptability are all very high. I'm guessing that many people don't die at the hands of their opponents, but at the pillars of flame. There was no doubt about this. However, it was also the existence of the pillars of flame that made the competition even more uncertain. Those with lower levels and equipment might not necessarily lose. Lu Chen stared at the pillars of light. Could the energy source of these things be the Celestial Mountain's mythical beast? If that was the case, then the beast was quite strong. Soon, the competition began. The first to go up was Soaring Dragon Jianghu from Lu Yi's fixed team. He brought his good friend and challenged Soaring Dragon White Clothes and his friend from the third main team. Jianghu, do your best. Lu Yi and Little May were cheering for their companions. When the countdown reached 0, both sides quickly approached the center of the arena. Pugilistic World was a sword spirit cultivator. Sword spirits had high damage output, but their bodies were relatively fragile. Therefore, he found a monk friend who could act as a meat shield to protect him from damage. White Cloak was a pugilist, so he was very good at close combat. His friend was an explosives expert, so he was good at long-range AoE attacks. One was near while the other was far away. Not long after, the other party had already entered the attack range of the dragon ascending Jianghu. He immediately used his actual combat skill. Immortal Sword guides the way. A sword chi shot out. You want to hit me when you're so crooked? Ah Chang, cover fire. Force the monk to retreat. White Robe smiled and quickly changed his route. Roger that. 3 cannons. The explosive specialist's cannon was a gift from the class instructor. As long as the equipment was attached to the cannon would inherit the equipment's attributes. At this moment, the explosive specialist fired 3 anti-aircraft cannons at the same time at the monk. Golden light protection. The monk was also a civilian expert. He quickly attacked. His most important task was to prevent White Robe from getting close to his friend. No door to hell. The monk slammed his palm toward the pugilist. The monk and sword spirit's cooperation was quite perfect. The pugilistic world's path of the immortal sword seemed a little off, but with the monk's cooperation, there was an unexpected effect. At this moment, the no door to hell and immortal sword guides the way attacked White Robe at almost the same time, blocking most of his escape routes. But at this moment, a circular mark suddenly flashed under the feet of the monk and the pugilist. Seeing this mark, the two of them stopped fighting and retreated at the same time. At this moment, with a bang, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Heavenly flame pillar, death upon contact. The surrounding onlookers were already drenched in cold sweat. Damn, this is so exciting. The monk and sword spirit's cooperation should have been trained. They blocked the pugilist just now, so they should be able to fight. But this sudden move allowed the pugilist to dodge an attack. This depends on luck. It's hard to say. But the monk and the pugilist's reactions are very fast. They were able to react in such an intense battle. They are both experts. Lu Yi and Little Mei looked at each other. It was a pity just now. As long as White Robe did not get close, with the monk's restriction and protection, the sword spirit's damage would definitely be higher than the explosive specialist. But the heavenly flame pillar spoiled the situation. After losing a great opportunity, White Robe seemed to have started to get serious. The pugilistic world and his companions could not use the same method to restrict White Robe. They gradually fell into a disadvantage. In a protracted battle, the explosive specialist's advantage was also shown. The explosion range of the cannon was large and had a continuous ignition effect. On the other hand, it was more difficult for the sword spirit to hit a single target. In addition, the pugilist's equipment was better than the monk's. Although the monk had been holding the pugilist back, he did not have enough HP in the end. After the monk fell, there was no more suspense in the competition. The first round ended. Dragon Ascension Pugilistic World failed the challenge and was unable to enter the main team. Damn, didn't they say they were looking for non-professional players? Do they have to be so strong? I heard that in the professional guilds, the treatment of the main team members and the reserve team members is very different. At this time, who would dare to hide? They all called their best friends. Dragon Ascension will definitely want those 2 players. Lu Yi looked at her brother behind her. She was originally worried that her brother would feel pressured. After all, she had said that he would just be a bystander. But now, it seemed that a 2v2 was really a 2v2. It was impossible for him to be a bystander. In the end, she realized that her brother was no longer behind her. After looking around, she found that guy squatting beside the stormy pond and playing with the water. Lu Chen scooped up a handful of water and sprinkled it on the surface of the water. Hey, the guy inside, can you move? At least let me see which one you are. There were only ripples left on the surface of the lake. Seeing that her brother was not paying attention, Lu Yi felt a little pressured. Her brother still did not know how intense the competition was. Forget it, she would not tell him so that he would not feel burdened. This way, she could only rely on herself. After 5 rounds, it was Little Mei's turn. However, the result of this round was a little unexpected. Ing Jun's control was quite eye-catching. He was practically suppressing the opponent's main team Sprite Master, making him unable to deal with Little Mei. However, there was a problem on Little Mei's side. With a mistake, the opponent's sword spirit seized the opportunity and ate a complete myriad sword technique. The damage of the myriad sword technique was not a joke. If all 7 swords were used at once, Little Mei's HP would drop by half in an instant. Even though Ing Jun blocked a few attacks, Little Mei still died in the end. When she left the stage, Little Mei was not in a good mood. Her brother's consolation was useless. "Brother, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Hey, you're my sister. Why are you apologizing to me? It's okay. I'll train you more in the future. We'll definitely win next time." Louis walked over and hugged Little Mei. "Little Mei, it's okay. You've already improved a lot. You can definitely do it next time." After a few rounds, no one on Dragon Ascension's side succeeded. Some were even forced to die from the Heavenly Flame Pillar. The strength of the main team is too strong. They're professionals after all. Not only can they avoid the Heavenly Flame Pillar, but they can also use it. That's terrifying. A few of the most powerful ones did not succeed. I suspect that no one will succeed in the challenge. At this moment, the referee announced the next round's name list. Next round, Dragon Ascension E against Dragon Ascension Warhawk. Chapter 148. The Celestial Mountain should also have a protective formation. Lu Chen's mind was now filled with thoughts of how to take down the Celestial Mountain. "Brother, it's my turn." Louis hurriedly ran behind Lu Chen and pulled him into the training field. "Brother, the opponent might be a bit strong. Just hold on for as long as you can. It doesn't matter how you fight. That's what I plan to do too." Lu Yi was originally very nervous, but after hearing Lu Chen's words, she felt both angry and amused. It seemed that her worries were a bit unnecessary. Her brother's heart was very big. Not long after, both sides stood in the training field of the 72 Sky Flame Pillars. Dragon Soaring Warhawk was already a sword spirit cultivator. This was not surprising. Sword spirit, spiritualist, and apothecary were currently the 3 most popular professions. However, his tactics were a bit different from the others. His teammate was also a sword spirit cultivator. Lu Yi was a pugilist. Before the second profession change as an archer, pugilist's main role was to be a tank. As for Lu Chen, he did not have a pet or a crystal ball. If he was not a pugilist, then he was a monk. Interesting, 2 long-range players against 2 close-range players. Won't the long-range players be doomed? What do you know? If it's an open area, it's very annoying to be closed in by close-range players. However, don't forget that there are 72 Sky Flame Pillars here. Under the same level of control, the environment here is unique for long-range players. That Warhawk is their main third team's jungler. Do you think his positioning awareness is bad? TSK, that's not right. I think I know the person that Warhawk is looking for. Who? He seems to be the former captain of the Tianhui squad, 430. Yes, that's him. I've seen his interview. What the hell is the Tianhui squad? It's a very complicated shooting game in the past. The Tianhui squad was the absolute king of that game, and 430 was the absolute core of the Tianhui squad. In the international arena, 430 repeatedly played a good show of 1v5. Don't you think that's ruthless? You're talking about Grim Reaper. Yes, 430 is also known as Grim Reaper. This discovery immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding players. If this was an ordinary online game, a shooter wouldn't have caused such a stir. However, Jiutian was different. Jiutian's skills required a lot of prediction. In shooting games, apart from marksmanship, prediction was even more crucial. In the blink of an eye, I've already locked onto your next position. Shoot, headshot. Perhaps this was the reason why the Grim Reaper chose the Sword Spirit. The long-range Sword Spirit was like a sniper. Soaring Dragon had said that they couldn't look for professional gamers. However, this was a game after all. In the field of online gaming, Grim Reaper naturally couldn't be considered a professional gamer. Warhawk looked at Lu Yi and smiled, I'm sorry, but choosing me is destined to be a stupid decision. Speaking of which, where did your friend get the mask? I'll kill him later. If it drops, it'll be mine. As a professional player, Lu Yi knew that Warhawk was very strong. However, who in the main force wasn't? To put it bluntly, anyone could pull a jungler. On the contrary, pulling a jungler required the aggro to be quickly transferred to the tank, so the damage couldn't be too high. Warhawk's equipment wasn't the best in the third team. However, she didn't expect him to invite the Grim Reaper to help. With these two long-range players working together, the game's difficulty instantly became hell. Lu Yi was so nervous that she couldn't speak. However, at this time, her absent-minded brother spoke. Little friend, whoever Yi chooses is destined to enter the main force. Warhawk and the Grim Reaper narrowed their eyes at the same time and looked at the masked man. So arrogant? Hee, friend, PK isn't about talking. Don't be played to death by us later. Lu Chen walked to his sister's side and patted her shoulder, don't be afraid, just fight as you like. Brother, do you know that Grim Reaper? It doesn't matter who he is. Lu Chen said indifferently, don't forget, you're my sister, and I'm your brother. Under Lu Chen's encouragement, Lu Yi's fighting spirit finally reignited, I know, brother. The PK entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the match started, Lu Yi quickly rushed forward. She had to get close as soon as possible. Warhawk and the Grim Reaper had already seen through Lu Yi's tactics. As soon as the match started, the two quickly moved in two different directions. Immortal Sword guides the way. Lu Chen whispered, be careful of their second stage. You go for Warhawk. Got it. Lu Yi quickly locked onto Warhawk and chased after him. Lu Chen rushed to the other target. Warhawk pinched his fingers and activated the second stage of Immortal Sword guides the way. He changed direction and rushed toward Lu Yi. At the same time, the Grim Reaper's Immortal Sword guides the way had already reached Lu Yi's side. The two's coordination could be said to be perfect. Warhawk used the second stage of Immortal Sword guides the way to block Lu Yi's movements. Once Lu Yi wanted to dodge, the Grim Reaper could launch a second stage attack. Ingjun frowned, not good, little Mei, your friend is in danger. Not only are their attacks sharp, but they also have a follow-up move. It's impossible to dodge. Anyone who was immersed in the situation would find that Ingjun's analysis was correct. As long as Lu Yi moved, the Grim Reaper's second stage would follow. With the Grim Reaper's control, it would definitely hit. Those two seemed to want to focus their attacks on EE. Little Mei tugged at her brother's sleeve worriedly. Ranged versus melee, they'll definitely eliminate them one by one, Lu Yi already felt the danger. How should she deal with it? Once she was hit, these two experts would definitely have a follow-up move. At that time, the situation might instantly go out of control. No, she couldn't give up yet. How many days had it been? While others were resting, she was leveling, while others were watching videos, she was leveling, while others were sleeping, all for today. However, the enemy was holding a second stage and was waiting for her to change direction, run to the right. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly heard her brother's voice. There was indeed a gap on the right, but how could the Grim Reaper not see it? He must be waiting for her to dodge to the right. However, Lu Yi still dodged to the right without hesitation. Because that was what her brother told her. She completely believed in her brother's words. Humph, idiot. The Grim Reaper sneered. His fingers had already turned into sword fingers and was about to launch a second stage attack. At the same time, Warhawk sneered, you're already dead. 10,000 swords chant. Once the Grim Reaper succeeded, Lu Yi's HP would be reduced by half by 10,000 swords chant. Dragon Soaring War Sky smiled slightly and explained to Fengling, many players like to PK one move at a time. However, for professional players like us, one move is not enough. Once you're hit, you have to deal full damage. This is the quality that a professional player should have. Fengling did not know why Dragon Soaring War Sky said this to her. Well, she was streaming, so this should be said to her fans. It was understandable that he wanted to increase his popularity. However, at this moment, which could even determine life and death, everyone saw Masked Bro instantly change his equipment. Masked Bro changed into the Dark Frost Cloak as he ran. This scene immediately caused everyone's brain to short-circuit. Bro, how can Yi's brother change his equipment? Didn't he enter the battle? Jun thought for a while and suddenly realized, I understand now. Jiutian PK is a little special. It simulates an outdoor battle. Entering the PK doesn't mean entering the battle. Only when you choose the opponent as your target, or when the opponent chooses you as their target, will you enter the battle when both sides have a slight aggro value. Those two people were targeting your friend. No one attacked Masked Bro, and Masked Bro. He didn't choose anyone as his target at the beginning. Therefore, he didn't attract any aggro and didn't enter the battle. Of course, he could change his equipment. Damn, I really underestimated that guy. He actually held back from the beginning. Jun's eyes were full of surprise. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he should be looking at that sloppy guy in a new light. After her brother's explanation, Little Mei finally understood why Lu Yi's brother could change his equipment. Bro, then why did he change his equipment? What's so special about the Dark Frost Cloak? Right, why did he change to the Dark Frost Cloak? Could the Dark Frost Cloak save Yi? Before Jun could think clearly, Lu Chen told him the answer. Frozen Roar. Grim Reaper would never have dreamed that this amateur player would change his equipment in front of him. He also did not expect that when he was about to use the second stage of the Immortal Sword Guides the Way, he was frozen. Frozen, the skill was interrupted, the timing was perfect. Longteng Yi was out of danger. Chapter 149. Now that Lu Yi was out of danger, Warhawk's innumerable swords chant had deviated greatly. Taking advantage of Warhawk's innumerable swords chant, Lu Yi quickly closed in and attacked. 122. The damage wasn't high, but Warhawk was right. A single attack wasn't enough for a professional player. She had to finish off all the damage. Chaotic Martial Suppression. Lu Yi quickly activated a pugilist skill. Chaotic Martial Suppression was a damage and crowd control skill. First, it disarmed the opponent's weapon so that they couldn't use it to attack. Then, it sacrificed some hits to increase the attack speed for a short period of time and force the opponent to face it head-on. This skill was very useful in dungeons. Not only did it have a taunt effect, but the damage dealt in a short period of time could also quickly accumulate aggro. If someone lost control of their aggro, the pugilist could use this skill to quickly pull back the aggro. Lu Yi quickly waved her dark steel sword and attacked again and again. Warhawk could only wait to be hit. -134. Mississippi -122. -117. Mississippi. Although there were misses, with the attack speed bonus, she still dealt a lot of damage. Warhawk's plan had failed. The result was a mistake that put him in an extremely passive situation. Lu Yi had demonstrated the ability of a professional player to seize an opportunity. In the live stream, people were discussing this move enthusiastically. Sure enough, you can't let a pugilist get close. Once they get close, it's hard to get rid of them. Miss is very strong, but I still don't understand how the masked man did that. Is there a pro player who can analyze it? At this time, a big V fan in the live stream, Den Moongazer, gave the answer. After a round of professional explanation, everyone finally understood why the masked man could change equipment at the start of the fight. Actually, it's not difficult to change equipment. The masked man's scary part is that he planned ahead of time. Den Moongazer's words resonated with many big shots. Hot-blooded age, Den Moongazer is right. Before the fight started, he knew that Grim Reaper and the others were going to focus on that pugilist. He also rehearsed how to kill her in his mind. That's why he was able to freeze Grim Reaper and prevent him from using his second move. Dolu 1,000 hands, the Grim Reaper is not an ordinary person. If you wear the Dark Frost cloak in advance, the Grim Reaper will definitely have defensive equipment special effects. However, if you change your equipment in the middle of the battle, you will be able to defeat the Grim Reaper by surprise. TT Love Maple, did you guys notice? He used the Edge of Frost Roar to hit Death Reaper. The timing and distance were just right. If he had used it a little earlier, he wouldn't have hit Death Reaper. If he had used it a little later, he would have used Death Reaper's second stage. Thunderous Clamor, this guy's skill level is considered very high even among the professional players. He's always wearing a mask. Could he be a professional player? The discussion in the live broadcast room was in full swing, and the battle on the battlefield was getting more and more intense. After being entangled by Lu Yi, it would be difficult for Warhawk to escape, and he would need the Grim Reaper to act. The key now lay in the hands of the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper was indeed an expert. Before Lu Chen could get close, he had already broken free from the frozen state. He glared fiercely at Lu Chen. According to his temperament, he definitely wouldn't let the other party do as he pleased. But when he looked at his companions, they were being chased and beaten. After all, it was a 2v2. He had to save his comrade first. Kid, just you wait. I'll kill you in a moment. Wind blast. The Grim Reaper said fiercely and quickly retreated. That kid didn't have the Shadow Tempest cloak, so his speed shouldn't be able to catch up to him. Once he pulled away, he would first help Warhawk get rid of the opponent. With the bonus of his movement speed, the Grim Reaper slowly pulled away and gradually found an angle to attack. Just as he was about to attack, something strange happened. In order to avoid the masked man getting close, he moved to the east side of the arena. The masked man was gradually pulled away, but on the other side, Longting Yi had unknowingly arrived on the other side of Warhawk, forcing him to move to the west. In this way, the Grim Reaper, the masked man, Warhawk, and Yi formed a straight line. The Grim Reaper's line of sight was perfectly blocked by the masked man. That woman. The Grim Reaper suddenly felt a burst of panic. Not only was the man in front of him unusual, but even the little girl could observe the situation here. While suppressing Warhawk and avoiding the heavenly flame pillar, she was able to firmly control her own movements. The cooperation between these two was simply telepathic. The big shots in the broadcast room immediately understood why the Grim Reaper hadn't attacked yet. These 3 points formed a perfect line on the arena. Damn, that girl is also very strong. She's using force to the extreme. Well, she noticed the Grim Reaper's movements and quickly came up with a countermeasure. She's young, but the overall situation and details are very good. The masked man stood in front of the Grim Reaper. Don't underestimate her. When the Grim Reaper moved, the masked man also moved. The Grim Reaper wanted to use the heavenly flame pillar, but even if the masked man avoided the heavenly flame pillar and changed his route, he would still be able to perfectly block the Grim Reaper's line of sight. At this time, unless he directly used the second section of the Immortal Sword to bypass the masked man, but once he used the second section of the Immortal Sword, he wouldn't be able to change his moves. It would be too difficult to hit the martial artist. Ing Jun nodded. The advantage of 2 long-range fighters has been neutralized, but the advantage of 2 melee fighters has been reflected. Little Mei, your friend is very strong. Warhawk's side was already a bit overwhelmed, but the Grim Reaper still couldn't help. A moment later, Louis launched the second wave of chaotic weapon suppression. Warhawk couldn't withstand the second wave of chaotic weapon suppression, but he couldn't get rid of his opponent. At this time, Warhawk found a circle of heavenly flame pillars 3 or 4 meters away from both sides. 1 second later, a heavenly flame pillar would erupt from there. Now he could only rely on the heavenly flame pillar to block the opponent. Time was very tight to pass through the marking before the heavenly flame pillar erupted, but now he could only take the risk. "Bitch, wait for me to pull away and play you to death." Warhawk threw down a sentence and rushed to the heavenly flame pillar that was about to erupt. With a bang, the heavenly flame pillar erupted into the sky. Unfortunately, Warhawk couldn't pass through the heavenly flame pillar in time and was directly killed. The protagonists of the PK competition were Soaring Dragon's people. Once Warhawk was defeated, it didn't matter if the Grim Reaper lived or died. In this match, Louis successfully advanced. The match was over, but the Grim Reaper didn't leave the stage. His eyes were fixed on the masked man. "Boy, not bad." The Grim Reaper's tone was clearly angry. "Just play around." After saying that, Lu Chen planned to go find Louis. Seeing the masked man's frivolous appearance, the Grim Reaper became even angrier. "Wait!" The Grim Reaper suddenly called out to Lu Chen, "Warhawk's strength is still too weak. He doesn't know how to fight in close range, really a waste. I ask you, do you dare to fight again?" Lu Chen didn't even turn his head, not interested. For Lu Chen, killing a person wasn't something to be happy about. 1 kill, 100,000. The Grim Reaper loudly revealed a number. 1-on-1, 2v2, 5v5, or a team fight, it's up to you. Chapter 150. Brother, we've won. Louis had just run over to celebrate with her brother when she heard Grim Reaper's challenge. She was stunned. Brother. Louis had already forgotten that she had successfully entered the main team. She held on to Lu Chen worriedly, not knowing what to do. Grim Reaper's price was too terrifying. 100,000 per kill was definitely a huge gamble for the average person. However, for Louis, such a bet was simply unimaginable. Lu Chen saw Louis's nervous look and gently patted the back of her hand. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Then, Lu Chen turned to Grim Reaper. "Isn't the bet too high?" "Ha ha ha, don't you have money? Do you want me to lend it to you?" Grim Reaper laughed arrogantly. "I think your sister is quite pretty. Why don't you ask her to borrow it from me?" Grim Reaper seemed to be afraid that Lu Chen would not dare to accept. Without waiting for Lu Chen and his sister to agree, he turned around and announced loudly to everyone present. "War Sky, let me use your place for a while. I'll pay for it myself. I'll transfer the money to you later." Grim Reaper was a famous figure after all. Although Dragon Soaring War Sky was unwilling, he could not say anything and could only nod his head in agreement. Everyone looked at Grim Reaper in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. Grim Reaper saw that he had attracted enough attention and announced loudly to the audience. "I, Grim Reaper, want to challenge the two of them. They can choose the number of participants. If they are short of 1 kill, I'll give them 100,000. Grim Reaper pointed his finger at Lu Chen. "If they don't dare to accept the challenge, then get out of this martial arts arena." In an instant, the surrounding audience and the audience in the live broadcast room were in an uproar. "Fuck, 100,000 per kill. That's a huge gamble. Grim Reaper is angry. The consequences are serious. Don't tell me he's going to call the entire Shining Battle team over. If that's the case, we won't be able to fight anymore." Lu Chen shook his head and sighed helplessly. Some people were just shameless. Initially, he thought that Grim Reaper had a glorious past and winning the world championship was considered to have won glory for his country. He wanted to give him a way out. He did not expect him to be such a person in private. Lu Chen didn't need to be courteous to such a person. Grim Reaper, you seem to be quite rich. How about this, if you want to play, let's play bigger. 200,000 for a kill against a 40-man team. Lu Chen calculated his current assets. He had bought a villa before, so he still had about 9 million yuan. The masked man's voice was not loud, but his words were like an atomic bomb that exploded at the scene. Ying Jun looked at Xiao Mei in surprise. Your friend's family is rich? Xiao Mei looked anxiously at her good friend on the stage. No. What was wrong with her brother? Not only did he agree to the bet, he even raised it. He must be crazy. Motherfucker, the stakes have doubled. 200,000 for a kill, and it's a 40-man team. That's a few million for a team. If it's a one-sided game, it might go up to 5 million. Who is that guy? Rich second generation. Grim Reaper laughed maniacally, 200,000. Brat, are you trying to trick me? You're still too inexperienced. Lu Chen didn't know why his sincere tone would be taken as a scam. Think what you want, this is my price. All right. Grim Reaper accepted the bet. A 40-man team. Each person will prepare 8 million. After the game ends, if both sides are 1 kill away, it'll be 200,000. Brat, I'm afraid you won't even be able to gather 8 million. You don't have to worry about that. It starts in 10 minutes. Lu Chen only needed to transfer the funds from his bank account to the game. It was done in a few minutes. Grim Reaper, on the other hand, took almost 10 minutes to transfer the money. Both sides set the rules of the game on the custom PK panel. The game would start in 3 minutes. Before this, the Grim Reaper's men had already entered area 1221 after another. Many of them had the same prefix, Mad Dragon. Is that Mad Dragon? Damn, they're professional players. Grim Reaper actually found Mad Dragon. Although there aren't many people in this guild, every one of them is the best of the best. Damn, did you see their equipment? It's all Tiger's Weep. Even now, no guild could equip a team with Tiger's Weep and Tiger King. But Mad Dragon did it. When these people arrived, they walked leisurely to Grim Reaper's side and teased him, 430, who dares to mess with you? Yo, there's quite a lot of people. Just nice to be in the limelight. So many chicks. I don't care who the opponent is. It's all the same. Mad Dragon gave off a feeling that could only be described with one word, crazy. Looking at the masked man's side, although the money had already arrived, he still hadn't arrived. Ying Jun looked at the time. There were only a few minutes left. He patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Bro, why are you doing this? You're giving them 8 million just to save face. How about this, if you don't have anyone, I'll call Mad Dragon's people over. We can at least kill some of them and recoup some of our losses. Bro, what are you waiting for? Go call them. Little Mei was anxious. Thanks, but there's no need. Lu Chen said. Louis couldn't listen to anything. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Bro, where did you get so much money? Did you borrow it from a loan shark? What should we do? Lu Chen held Lu Yi's hand. A pair of clear eyes looked at his sister through the mask. Silly girl, do you think your brother is a brainless person? But bro, they have so many people and their equipment is so good. We can't win. You don't have to worry about that. But there's one thing you have to prepare for. Go bankrupt. I'm already preparing. Lu Chen was really amused by this silly girl. Unfortunately, the competition was about to start. It wasn't time for jokes. No, you might have to leave Soaring Dragon in the future. I know. The loan sharks will definitely chase us everywhere. We'll have to wander the world again. Lu Chen realized that the silly girl's brain had already filled in a gangster movie. Fuck, what are you thinking about all day? I said it's nothing. Don't think too much. Listen carefully. Bro knows that you've been working hard. I don't want to let your efforts go to waste. I don't want to deprive you of your sense of achievement. So, there are some things that I haven't told you. But now, it seems that you might find out soon. Lu Yi was confused. Bro, what's the matter? Lu Chen smiled. It should be a surprise. Since it's a surprise, just wait patiently. Alright, the competition is about to start. I'll go up alone. There was still half a minute to the competition. Masked Bro slowly stepped onto the 72 Sky Flame Pillars arena. PK member locked. N. He's alone. That guy is really alone. Fuck, his brain is really damaged. I said that his thinking was clear before. Why do I feel like he's an idiot now? Throwing away 8 million for nothing. When Grim Reaper saw Masked Bro going up alone, he couldn't stop laughing. Fuck, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Too funny. Ha ha ha. Someone actually gave away 8 million for nothing. Haha, brothers, let me ask you this deal. Does it feel good? It's too fucking good. Haha, earning 8 million for nothing. There are idiots every year. This is the best I've ever seen. In the face of countless people's ridicule, Lu Chen didn't say anything. He just quietly changed into his equipment. Chapter 151. Dark Flame Coat, Dark Frost Cloak, Dark Night Pants. Masked Bro was surrounded by a faint blue light. It was not surprising that Tiger King had 3 pieces of equipment. There were many people who had them now. Tiger Weep, a purple weapon, was hovering between Masked Bro's hands. Tiger Weep was not rare either. Everyone from Mad Dragon had one. Until the blank mask that attracted many envious gazes was also surrounded by purple mist, the scene suddenly became chaotic. In the purple mist, Masked Bro became unusually mysterious, like a beast spying on its prey in the mist. The first to explode was Annotated Handsome. Damn, that's a purple mask. Didn't that guy say he got it from a roadside stall? A purple mask can be dropped from a general store. Impossible. Of course not. It's rare for a general store to drop equipment, and it only drops white trash. How can it drop a purple mask? Damn, Masked Bro, what's the attribute of your mask? Where did it drop? Lu Chen did not have time to care about the curiosity of the people below the stage. He adjusted the ratio of strength to 100%. Health, attack, defense, 3 dimensions, and talents were all restored. When the Zombie King mask appeared, even Mad Dragon's people were a little pale. Everyone's attention was shifted to Masked Bro. Mad Dragon's people were naturally dissatisfied. They were the center of attention wherever they went, but today, their limelight was stolen. Kid, you're really lucky. I don't know where you got a purple mask from, but you think you can defy the heavens? Sorry, you met us, Mad Dragon. I'll drop your mask later. Even if you're lucky, if you don't drop it this time, our guild will put you and that woman on a wanted list. Let's see what you can do then. Masked Bro sneered. First, there are many people who want to kill me. You're not even on the list. Second, you're lucky you're not in our area. Otherwise, you'll be miserable. Arrogant. Let's see how long you can be so stubborn. Time passed by, and finally, the PK entered the countdown stage. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Every second, Lu Yi, Little Mei, and Handsome's hearts were stirred. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Begin. The moment the match began, Grim Reaper, Mad Dragon, and 40 professional players with top equipment rushed toward Masked Bro. However, what happened in the next second left everyone dumbfounded. The masked man had disappeared. Wind Chime's live broadcast room exploded again. Where's the masked man? Fuck, he was still there just a moment ago. Damn, is this a cultivation technique? This was not a cultivation technique, but Xiao Min's active invisibility skill. Quick shift. A loud shout came from behind Mad Dragon's group. Tiger's roar, great obelisk sweep. Wind chimes live stream room, exploded again. Wait, what the hell is rapid movement? Why did the masked man use the Great Ravager? It can't be, right? How could the masked man move so fast? He suddenly appeared behind Mad Dragon. It can't be a teleportation skill, right? He can't be that person, right? It seems like only that person has used the Great Ravager's sweep. Nameless brother? Impossible. Brother Nameless doesn't have invisibility or displacement. Ying Jun looked at Lu Yi in shock. Your brother, is he nameless? Lu Yi's brain short-circuited. She wasn't thinking about whether Brother Nameless' brother was nameless, but, the person on the battlefield, was he her brother? I don't know either. Ying Jun looked at Lu Yi's shocked face and knew that she was not faking it. He did not continue asking, perhaps Lu Yi really did not know. Alright, if you want to know whether he's nameless or not, you just have to look at his Great Ravager's damage. When Nameless brother fought Friendship, his Great Ravager's damage was around 1200. Lu Chen was now level 30, and his attributes had increased by a lot. His physical attack had reached 1200, his spiritual power was 120, and Ah Min's possession added 81 spiritual power, totaling 201 spiritual power. Great Ravager's Ravager itself had 180% spiritual power, which was 360 spiritual power damage. At the same time, Tiger's Roar converted 1200 physical attack into spiritual power, which was added to Great Ravager's Ravager. Therefore, Lu Chen's Great Ravager's damage had reached 1600. Lu Chen's position was just right, and most importantly, he was invisible, so Great Ravager's Ravager could not be avoided. After the first Great Ravager's Ravager, 40 top players' health instantly dropped. A third of their 4,000 to 5,000 health was taken away. What the fuck, 1600 health. Fuck. Mad Dragon's people almost went crazy. Fuck, what kind of damage is this? It can't be that guy, right? At the same time, Brother Mask had also appeared. His Great Ravager's Ravagers every second made Mad Dragon's people understand the meaning of despair. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in all four directions, everyone's health dropped bit by bit. Mad Dragon, professional players, who could block 4 Great Ravager's Ravager that had 1600 plus damage. Mad Dragon's people, who were still showing off just now, were down by 90%. 1 versus 40, without any hesitation, 35 people were killed in an instant. Of the remaining 5 people, 4 had black health, and only Grim Reaper, for some reason, was still at full health. Brother Mask kicked away the corpse beside his feet and walked towards the remaining 5 people step by step. His voice was the same as before, without much emotion. Didn't you guys want my mask? Brother Mask slowly raised his hand and pressed it on the mask. I'll give you a chance, come and take it. Lu Chen took off his mask and threw it on the ground. However, the people were no longer paying attention to the exquisite equipment on the ground, the purple mask. Everyone saw the person's face clearly. It's Nameless. Oh my god, he's Nameless. Fuck, I should have known. If it's not Nameless, who else could it be? In the live stream, the bullet screen had gone crazy. The masked man is Nameless, bro. Fuck, it's War God Nameless. I was wondering how there could be such an idiot. Look at it now, the idiot is Mad Dragon. Nameless bro. Nameless bro. Kill Mad Dragon, they bully people in our server all day long. Did you see how Nameless bro taught them a lesson? Ha 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 ha, awesome, this is awesome. The one who sent 8 million is Mad Dragon, that bunch of trash. They still want Nameless Bro's equipment. Hahaha, Mad Dragon's people are crazy. Customer service, Mad Dragon, your account is gone. The second purple equipment in the server was right in front of Mad Dragon's 5 people. They could pick it up just by taking 2 steps and bending down. Even if they were killed by Nameless Bro, it might not be dropped. However, no one from Mad Dragon dared to pick it up. There were a few legends that had to be mentioned. Once, the Korean server provoked Wuxia server. In the end, Nameless Bro beat the Korean server until they begged for mercy. Once, a guild snatched Nameless Twin Tower ranking, but they were defeated by Nameless Bro. Once, a purple mask was placed in front of them, but it was Nameless Bro's. Nameless Bro, yes, we were blind. Death God, you fucker. How dare you provoke Nameless Bro? You dragged Mad Dragon down with you. Nameless Bro, quickly keep your equipment. We were wrong, we will go back to our server now. Why are you still standing there like idiots? Surrender. Mad Dragon's 4 people rushed to surrender and quit the PK. Of course, there was no such thing as surrendering meant losing half the battle. The current score was 0-39. Most of these people who used money to win friends over were like this. Lu Chen slowly walked in front of Death God and smiled. So, have you figured it out now? Who was the one who sent 8 million just to save face? Chapter 152. No, I don't accept this, I don't accept this. Grim Reaper kept repeating this sentence as he retreated. Character was not formed overnight. Grim Reaper had forced Lu Chen and his sister to bet after losing the competition. He was so arrogant because he was good at controlling the game and had nothing to fear in the esports scene. In his server, he was the king, and the players who were bullied by him did not dare to speak up. It was only when Nameless revealed his identity that many people stood up to criticize Mad Dragon. It was obvious that many people did not dare to provoke Grim Reaper Mad Dragon. Now, 8 million was gone, and his reputation was gone. He glared at Nameless. You did it on purpose. Lu Chen looked at Grim Reaper calmly. I remember that you were the one who suggested the bet. I gave you a chance. If you were willing to take a step back then, this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, you're used to being arrogant and don't want to give others a chance. If I wasn't Nameless, you'd have me, right? Grim Reaper's face turned pale. It seemed that it was impossible to turn the tables. However, at this moment, Grim Reaper glanced and noticed that a cluster of symbols was slowly appearing under Nameless' feet. This light circle happened to be blocked by the corpse beside Nameless' feet. It was difficult for ordinary people to notice it. It was the 72 sky flame pillars. Grim Reaper's mind raced. His chance had come. No matter how strong Nameless was, could he withstand the sky flame pillars? Impossible. While Nameless was unaware of the changes under his feet, he had to stall him. You. Nameless. Fine, I lost today. I can't afford to lose. I apologize to you. I only ask that you don't kill me and leave me with my last bit of dignity. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Dignity is earned by oneself. Unfortunately, you don't seem to know how to repent. As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of light shot out from under Lu Chen's feet and instantly engulfed Nameless in the pillar of light. The sudden change caused the audience to fall into a terrifying silence. Lu Yi widened her eyes in horror. Why did this sky flame pillar not have a cursor notification? In the live stream channel, comments flew wildly. No way, the Grim Reaper actually turned the tables around. Nameless was too careless. This is the easiest time to let down your guard. Who would have thought that the result of a perfect team wipe would be the Grim Reaper's comeback? So the Grim Reaper showed weakness just now to lure Nameless into making a mistake. This guy is quite meticulous. Nameless. Sigh, I fell into his trap. Seeing this scene, the Grim Reaper laughed wildly, ahahaha, idiot, hahaha, die. You want to fight me? You're still far from being arrogant in front of me. So what if you've won the battle? But you, Nameless, have lost to me, the Grim Reaper. In the future, who dares to call you Nameless War God? You are no longer the nameless invincible god of war. You are my defeated opponent, the god of death. Just based on this, it's worth 8 million. That's right, 8 million. To be able to defeat the war god Nameless was not shameful at all. On the contrary, today's battle would definitely be recorded in history. Remember, Nameless. If the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, no one will keep you alive until dawn. In front of me, the Grim Reaper, even if you are nameless, you still have to kneel down and call me daddy. Ha ha ha. Many people felt that it was a pity for Nameless' moment of carelessness. There were also people who were jealous of Nameless' reputation and mocked him. However, very few people paid attention to this sky flame pillar. Fanglingzi was looking at the sky flame pillar. Impossible. Impossible. Fanglingzi said in horror. Goddess, what's wrong? You don't have to have such a big reaction after Nameless lost, right? Yeah, I've never seen Fanglingzi lose her composure like this. Not only did Fanglingzi lose her composure, Ingjuan's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with horror. Oh my god, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. In the TT Guild, Li Qiuning was feeling sorry for Nameless' loss. Sigh, what a pity. That Grim Reaper was too cunning and had such good luck to wait for a sky flame pillar. Hey, Brother Sun, why aren't you saying anything? Li Qiuning looked at Lin Sun and saw the exaggerated expression on his face. Impossible, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What's impossible? It's just impossible. Xiao Yao Feng and Glasses were about to turn off the video and go back to leveling up. However, just as the two of them stood up, their bodies seemed to have turned into stone. Fuck, is this a bug? No, this isn't a bug, but this is impossible. Bosses from all over the world were muttering the same word, impossible. Brother, what's going on? Little Mei was angry. She shook Ingjun who was in a daze, say something. Look inside that sky flame pillar. It's dealing damage. -10,000, -10,000, immune. The sky flame pillar had dealt damage 3 times in 3 seconds. What did this mean? It meant that Nameless didn't die. He had been burned by the sky flame pillar 3 times. Grim Reaper was still laughing crazily until he saw a figure slowly walking out of the sky flame pillar. His smile froze into an indescribably strange expression. Impossible, this is impossible. A voice faintly sounded, sky flame pillar, that's all. Boom, all the broadcast rooms exploded. Fuck, sky flame pillar, that's all. What the fuck, is this something a human would say? Oh my god, how strong is Nameless? He stayed in the sky flame pillar for 3 seconds. I'm going crazy. Look at Nameless' reaction, he didn't panic at all. So, just now, he actually discovered the sky flame pillar's halo. He deliberately tested the sky flame pillar. Fuck, what kind of god is this? I suddenly want to be alone. I realize that in front of Nameless, my self-esteem has been trampled to pieces. When the figure appeared in front of Grim Reaper again, everyone finally saw Nameless' health for the first time. 8426/28426. Soaring Dragon, who was beside Winqin, spat out a mouthful of blood. 28,000 health, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Nameless had fought a few matches, but this was the first time he had lost health. When his health limit was revealed, everyone was in despair. His level was also revealed along with the damage he had taken. Level 30. Oh my god, Didn't you say that your brother was just playing around? What the hell is level 30? From the start of the match until now, Louis had been in a daze. Brother agreed to the 8 million bet. Dumbfounded. Brother one-shot Mad Dragon. Dumbfounded. Brother is John Doe. Dumbfounded. Brother was swallowed by the sky flame pillar. Dumbfounded. Brother came out alive. Dumbfounded again. Brother 28,000 health, level 30. Dumbfounded, dumbfounded, Ing Jun said emotionally, fuck, I was wrong. That mask must be a level 30 equipment, and I actually asked him to make one for me. I can't wear it even if he gave it to me. Li Chuning felt that her heart couldn't take it anymore. She had already placed Nameless Strength in a very high position, but now she realized that there was no such thing as a very high position. She had underestimated him. Fuck, he's too strong, saying that the sky flame pillar is only a so-so. He's too arrogant. Woo-woo. Old Peng took a deep breath and finally spoke. In front of Nameless, Grim Reaper, can only die. Chapter 153. With Lu Chen's reaction, how could he not notice the halo of the heavenly flame pillar under his feet? The Grim Reaper thought that he was attracting Lu Chen's attention, but he did not know that Lu Chen wanted to test the power of the heavenly flame pillar. The energy of the 72 heavenly flame pillars might have come from the mythical beast of the celestial mountain. Since he was here, he might as well give it a try. No matter if the heavenly flame pillar's damage was 10,000 or higher, he had Xiao Min's protection. 1 second was enough for him to react. Reality proved that the heavenly flame pillar's damage was fixed at 10,000 points. He had 28,000 HP, so he could last for 2 seconds. With Xiao Min's life-saving effect, he could last for 3 seconds. If he had 1 second to react before the heavenly flame pillar appeared, the heavenly flame pillar would not be much of a threat to him in 4 seconds. That was why Lu Chen said, the heavenly flame pillar is just a so-so. When he looked at Lu Chen again, the Grim Reaper's face was ashen. After being burned by the heavenly flame pillar for 3 seconds, Nameless still had more HP than him. What else could he do other than feel fear? Lu Chen shrugged at the Grim Reaper. It's about time. I should take the last 200,000 HP rapid movement. Tiger descends the mountain. The Grim Reaper could not react at all. A bunch of numbers floated above his head. 18 times of damage, including a large number of critical hits, poison effects, silence, and speed reduction. In an instant, the Grim Reaper's HP bar disappeared. Lu Chen's AoE damage had reached 1600. Not to mention the single target damage, he had directly dealt 9,000 plus damage, and the 2 Grim Reapers were instantly killed. Ironically, on the stage, those who were showing off had already become corpses. The only person standing now was the person who had been the quietest. Even if the PK was over, everyone's eyes were still locked on him. His every move was the focus of attention. Lu Chen walked in front of the mask. With the tip of his sword, he lifted the mask and it fell into his hand. His movements were elegant and skillful. Checking the PK results, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Today's harvest was not bad. Step by step, Lu Chen walked to the edge of the stage and stopped beside Lu Yi and Little Mei. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yi, who was in a daze. Why are you still standing there? Lu Yi raised her head. If it weren't for this face and this tone that she was too familiar with, she wouldn't have believed that this person was her brother. You lied to me. Didn't you say, it was just for fun? Oh, right. The last time I was poisoned to death in the wild, was it you? Lu Chen suddenly felt guilty. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I poison you? It must be you. Who else but you could poison so much blood? It really wasn't me. It was purely an accident. I didn't do it on purpose. Alright, it really was you. Louis walked over angrily and grabbed her brother's arm. Humph. However, Louis snorted angrily and leaned on her brother's arm. She sobbed and said, "Brother, you almost scared me to death just now." Lu Chen patted Lu Yi's head. "Alright, I told you not to worry." Ying Jun and Little Mei looked at Nameless and seemed a little nervous. This was the legendary god of war, Nameless. He was actually Lu Yi's brother. And now he was standing beside them. Even if Ying Jun was a member of Wild Waves, he used to only look at the leader from afar. Louis finally wiped her tears. After she calmed down, she didn't forget to pinch Lu Chen. "I told you not to tell me." Lu Chen smiled. His sister was still sensible and didn't blame him. "Leader." Ying Jun greeted Lu Chen nervously. I just said that I wanted to help you." It was a bit like showing off in front of an expert. Lu Chen smiled at Ying Jun and his sister. "It's fine. Oh right, Little Mei, you and Louis can join Wild Waves in the future." Little Mei was a little flattered. Can I? My skills aren't as good as Yi's. I didn't even join the main team just now." "Of course, you can. You're Yi's good friend, so you're my friend. Although Wild Waves isn't a professional team, it's developing quite well. At least you'll be happier there. Besides, isn't your brother there too?" After saying that, Lu Chen directly sent out an invitation to join the guild. Nameless directly sent out an invitation to join the guild. Other than the other 4 people who signed for Wild Waves, no one else would receive such treatment. Little Mei excitedly left Soaring Dragon and accepted Lu Chen's invitation. Soaring Dragon, Old Lu, Win Chim, Little Ming, and the others who had been standing high up on the rostrum rushed to the side. Seeing War Sky and the others coming over, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm poaching you too." "Mr. Nameless, what are you talking about?" Old Lu hurriedly said, "We're here to apologize. We didn't know before." Lu Chen raised his hand. "It's normal. I should be thanking you. I've always hoped that Yi could train and improve herself. I'm very satisfied with her performance today." Although Soaring Dragon's management had never valued Lu Yi, they still followed the rules. From the fairness of the competition, it could be seen that in Soaring Dragon, everyone had a chance. Of course, under such management, there was also a lot of pressure. However, it was also this kind of pressure that allowed the silly girl to grow up so quickly. From this point of view, Lu Chen was sincerely grateful to Soaring Dragon. Nameless, who was terrifying on the battlefield, was actually so easygoing in private. Old Lu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Alright, it's time for us to leave." "Wait." Win Chim suddenly said. Lu Chen looked at Win Chim in surprise. He was very familiar with this woman. He didn't expect that they would meet in the game today. At least in the game, Win Chim was really beautiful. She was even more pleasing to the eye than in the video. Lu Chen noticed that there was no live stream logo next to Win Chim's avatar. This meant that she had ended her live stream. It was obvious that Win Chim was also a little nervous. She hesitated for a moment and walked to Nameless. She first whispered, "Warlord, can I ask you a question alone?" Lu Chen was a little confused, but he still agreed. The others tactfully looked to the side and the two of them walked to the side. "What is it? Do you know Mad God?" "Mad God?" Lu Chen didn't expect Win Chim to ask this question. Win Chim thought that Nameless was a little unhappy and hurriedly explained, "I know that the only one who can compete with you is Mad God. You're both in Area 122, so the competition should be very fierce. Maybe you fought in the advanced area. It's not appropriate for me to ask you about Mad God." Lu Chen blinked. This woman's imagination wasn't weak. "He didn't fight Mad God, it's okay, I'm not that petty. What do you want to know about Mad God? Winchim saw that Nameless was so open-minded and sighed in relief. Thank you, Warlord. That, if you have the chance to meet Mad God, can you let him read the email? I've been worried about him. Is this a confession? Lu Chen was a little surprised. Winchim was a little flustered and hurriedly explained, No, I'm just a streamer. He helped me before, and I've always wanted to thank him if I have the chance. Lu Chen nodded. The name Mad God had almost been forgotten by the outside world except for the personal dungeons that appeared recently. He didn't expect Winchim to be so loyal and still remember Mad God. Okay, I'll pass on your message if I have the chance. Chapter 154. Lu Yi and Little Mei both joined Wild Waves, but Lu Chen also said that he wouldn't open a back door for them. If they wanted to gain a foothold in Wild Waves with 500 people, they had to fight for it with their own strength. Lu Chen originally wanted to take Lu Yi to level up, but the silly girl didn't go. Brother, my level can't compare to yours, but it's considered high among normal players. It wasn't easy for you to establish a level advantage, so don't waste time on me. The competition in Jiutian is so fierce right now, and there are so many variables in Jiutian. If you fall behind by one step, you might lose your previous advantage. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yi in surprise. Yo, you're so self-aware. TCH, how can your sister not be self-aware? Lu Yi pouted proudly. Hurry up and level up. Don't think about taking me along, I'll get stronger on my own. Okay. Lu Chen shook his head. Right, you're not in Soaring Dragon anymore, hurry up and go home. Pack up your things, we're moving. Moving? Brother, we have a few soldiers here. The boss suddenly called me over. Lu Yi's expression was puzzled. Lu Chen was also wondering what happened to Lu Yi. He turned around and saw that Jun and Little Mei seemed to be offline. What's the situation? At this moment, Lu Chen also received a call. It was from Li Muhua. Brother Chen, I've already sent someone to pick up your sister. They'll be home in about 30 minutes. We'll take care of the information from Soaring Dragon, Little Mei, and Jun, so you don't have to worry. You're moving too fast. Speaking of which, aren't you guys protecting a bit too much? There's no other way, you're the most important person to protect right now. I'll tell you something, but don't spread it. Right now, in some Western countries, there are already 3 episodes of vicious real-life PK incidents. Offline real-life PK. It's normal for real-life PK to happen in-game. I've seen it happen a few times in internet cafes. No, you didn't get the news, so it's normal for you to think so. From what we know, these 3 incidents were even more organized and planned. However, you're right. These are isolated cases. It's normal for a few cases to occur among 2.4 billion players. However, we have to pay attention to the fact that Jiutian's influence is too great. The business opportunities derived from the game are getting bigger and bigger. Once it's linked to profits, this kind of thing will happen more often. Lu Chen nodded. That was true. Jiutian had only been online for a little over a month, but the highest number of players online had already exceeded 2.4 billion, which meant that 1/5 of the world's population was playing the game at the same time. Coupled with some of the uniqueness of the game itself, it was like a second world outside the real world. It would be strange if there weren't many business opportunities. When the forces of all sides converged, the wrestling between them would become more frequent, and the competition for benefits would become more intense. No matter how strong he was in the game, he was still a mortal in real life. Even if he was shot, wouldn't he still die? From the looks of it, this is still a rare occurrence. Tianheng has suppressed it, and the situation has not escalated. Most of the players have not developed to the stage of real-life PK, but it is still necessary for us to take precautions. Li Muhua's tone was much more serious this time. He was not joking. Anyway, just play the game normally. I will take care of the offline matters. Although Lu Chen did not take this matter too seriously, he had no reason to reject an additional layer of protection. Okay, thanks. After hanging up, Lu Chen finally understood what was going on with his sister, Ying Jun, and little Mei. Lu Chen did not know how long Ying Jun and the others would take. The city was also safe, so he did not wait for them and directly left the Celestial Mountain King city. This time, when he accompanied Lu Yi to participate in the Team PK competition, Lu Chen more or less obtained some information about the celestial beast. That guy should be hiding in the stormy pond, and the 72 pillars of flame might be its skill or talent. As for the damage, Lu Chen had already experienced it. Once hit, it would deal 10,000 damage. It can't insta-kill me, but it might not be enough for me to kill it. Lu Chen pondered. I have to continue evolving. To evolve, Lu Chen lacked primordial materials. Currently, the only thing that was related to primordial was the primordial battlefield. However, the primordial battlefield was blocked by the moon-worshipping blood pool, an overpowered map. Let's go to Fiend City to level up and see if there are any dungeons or secret lands. Thinking up to this point, Lu Chen headed straight for the level 30 map. Blood Fiend macaques could be seen everywhere in Fiend City. However, this time, Lu Chen did not head towards the area with the most macaques. He had already explored that area on the map. There was nothing special there. After walking about 400 to 500 meters away from the ruined walls of Fiend City, the surrounding forest gradually became sparse. Lu Chen carefully observed the changes in his surroundings. At the same time, he walked along the edge of his personal map and explored the entire map. There are fewer monkeys, but the monsters are so sparse in such a large map. Won't it be a waste? Lu Chen was a little puzzled. Let's head south. If there aren't any monsters, then there's nothing to see in Fiend City. Sticking close to the Rocky Mountain, Shifeng headed south. Before long, the path ahead was blocked by another mountain. He had already explored this part of Fiend City. Damn it, there's nothing here. How many levels do they want me to grind so I can barge into the moon-worshipping blood pool? Blood poison was a HP removal type damage, and it was a percentage damage. Increasing one's maximum HP didn't seem to be of much use. Damn, this is a little difficult. Lu Chen shook his head. Just as he was about to return to the ruined Fiend City, a faint sound suddenly came from behind him. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks and listened carefully. The sound of water. Whoosh! 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 The faint sound of water flowing came from behind the mountain. Judging by the size of the mountain, if there was water flowing on the other side of the mountain, he wouldn't be able to hear it. So why was he able to hear it now? Lu Chen walked up to the rock wall and pressed his ear against it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sure enough, there was the sound of water flowing. Lu Chen took 2 steps back and carefully examined the rock wall in front of him. It was about a dozen meters tall, and its sides were as neat as a knife. There were only a few unknown plants growing on it. Could it be a secret door? After touching the rock wall back and forth, Lu Chen couldn't find anything like a switch. What should he do if he couldn't find the key to the safe? There seemed to be only one answer. Lu Chen pulled out Tiger Weep and took a few steps back. Tiger descends the mountain. Bang! 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 The rock wall emitted the sound of metal colliding, but there was no indication of his HP. Just as Lu Chen was in despair, a system notification suddenly appeared. There was actually movement on the rock wall. There was a rumbling sound, and the surrounding ground shook slightly. Then, 2 lines of words appeared on the surface of the rock wall. Strength testing rock door. Based on the test results of the strength testing, dungeons with different rewards will be opened. Lu Chen frowned. What the hell? What kind of weird gameplay did Heavenly Travel's designers come up with this time? Chapter 155. According to the introduction of the strength testing stone door, a dungeon with different rewards would be opened based on the player's strength. It's testing strength. It was rare for a dungeon to appear, so Lu Chen patiently tried to solve the puzzle. No wonder weapons don't work. It's not testing attack power, it's testing strength in 3 dimensions. If it's testing strength, wouldn't it be enough to obtain my character's attributes? How do I test this? Lu Chen tried touching the stone wall and realized that after the strength testing stone door was activated, the surface of the stone wall became less rigid. As he squeezed hard with his fingers, a line of small words appeared on the strength testing stone door. Only strength that you can control is your true strength. What does that mean? To obtain a more realistic gaming experience, please activate the pain system. The ratio should not be lower than 10%. After activation, you can test your strength. Damn, I need to activate the pain system. Jiutian used the technology of connecting the brain nerves to the quantum body to replicate the body. There was a pain system in the game, but when entering the game, it was turned off by default. Most players didn't know how to activate the pain system. Would they die from the pain of fighting a monster? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? However, there was a group of people. Lu Chen had seen an organization on the official website called Fearless Adventurers. This group of people believed that Tianqing had provided a game that was comparable to the real world. For people who could only live on Earth their whole lives, the Jiutian world was like a brand new world. Since there was an opportunity to adventure in a new world, then people should not be afraid of anything. They should open their arms and carefully experience everything in this new world, including pain and even death. Lu Chen always felt that this was a stupid decision. A game was a game. Was there a need to make it so real? However, what he was facing now was the strength testing stone door. Only strength that you can control is your true strength. Lu Chen experienced this sentence. I have more than 1,000 points of strength, but the effect of strength is mutual. I can use more than 1,000 points of strength, but that doesn't mean I can withstand more than 1,000 points of strength. The purpose of the stone door was not simply to test the player's strength, but to test the strength that the player could withstand. Lu Chen was a little afraid of pain, but if he couldn't pass this dungeon, he still couldn't think of a way to pass the moon-worshipping blood pool. We definitely have to try. Lu Chen stared at the stone door. The surface of the stone door has turned into a rubber-like material. If I only turn on 10% of the pain system, it won't hurt too much. Besides, it's just opening a door. You can just close it after you enter. Thinking of this, Lu Chen put Tiger Sob back and took 2 steps back. Turn on the pain system and adjust the ratio. Pain tolerance. 10%. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen looked at his fist and shook his head. Alright, I'll torture myself. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen stepped forward and punched the stone wall. The moment his fist made contact with the stone wall, Lu Chen could clearly feel the impact of the collision with his fist, as well as the enormous recoil he felt on his arm. Boom! Hey, it doesn't hurt too much. Lu Chen rubbed his fist. He had been in society for so many years, so he could still bear this little pain. Not long after, a row of data appeared on the stone door. Strength test result, strength exertion 91%, 101 points. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Fiend City Ancient Ruins, level 30, level 5 reward instance dungeon. Retest, yes/no, he only used 91% of his strength, but most people's strength would vary from time to time, so it was considered a relatively good performance. If it's over 1,000, then I won't test it. Let's go in first. After choosing no retest, the hidden stone door finally opened slowly. Lu Chen stepped into it as soon as he slept. Inside the strength test stone door, the light was dim. He could vaguely see that the surrounding passageways were paved with stone, very orderly. The surrounding air was filled with a damp and moldy smell. There was a small stream beside Lu Chen's feet. To be precise, it was more like a sewer, and the water flowed into the depths. So the sound came from this sewer. Lu Chen glanced at the direction of the water flow. This could be the drainage system of Fiend City. I'll just follow the direction of the water flow. Before entering the instance dungeon, Lu Chen remembered one thing. Turn off the pain sensing system. Before completing this instance dungeon, you cannot turn off the pain sensing system. Oh my god, do you have to be so screwed? Lu Chen complained. Forget it, 10% isn't much. I'll just turn it on. This time, I'll be able to experience a more realistic journey to another world. Following the direction of the water flow, Lu Chen began to enter the instance dungeon. After walking for a short distance, there were 4 to 5 monsters dressed like monkeys walking around the sewer, 3 spirit fiend macaques. It's different from the ones outside. Lu Chen didn't waste any time. He immediately used Tiger's Roar and activated Great Ravager. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Several sword auras slashed out, rushing towards the group of monkeys. Immune, 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 WTF. Lu Chen almost collapsed. Physical immunity was fine, but there were people who were immune to spiritual attacks. Perhaps it had something to do with the nature of this instance dungeon. After all, the instance dungeon tested strength at the beginning. This meant that the instance dungeon tested the strength of the body. There's no more AoE attacks. Fuck, let's fight slowly. Lu Chen was about to attack, but the monkeys had already rushed over. GG, GG. The group of monkeys simultaneously used quick movement and pounced towards Lu Chen with strange cries. Only you guys know how to do it. I'm also a monster. Whatever you guys know, I know too. Lu Chen coldly snorted. At the same time, he activated quick movement. A figure instantly flashed in the middle of the 4 to 5 spirit fiend macaques. Frozen Roar. At the same time, a ring of ice exploded, sealing all the macaques. Wind Force, Tiger descends the mountain. Lu Chen continuously activated his skills. Minus 2536, critical hit, minus 674, poisoned, minus 674, poisoned. A series of damage appeared above the target's head. Lu Chen instantly dealt 15,000 plus damage, instantly killing one of the macaques. Their HP is quite high. They have over 10,000 HP, killed Spirit Fiend Macaque, level 3 * elite. Obtained 50,000 ambient spiritual energy. Obtained 10 tier 4 talent fragments. Obtained 10 4-star quality points. Extracted 10 pure spiritual energy. Fuck, 50,000 EXP per macaque. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. This monkey's EXP was enough to instantly kill the boss, Serapis. Even the materials dropped every 10 pieces. This is the level 5 reward. Awesome. Ding. Obtained macaque leather x10. Obtained macaque teeth x15. Obtained monkey king belt, level 30 blue, x5, Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It was fine if the leather and teeth dropped, but when did the equipment drop every 5 pieces? Moreover, the quality was higher than the monkey spirit belt outside. A level 30 blue belt, and a bunch of it dropped every time. Fuck, does the level 5 reward have to be so extravagant? The benefits brought by this macaque far exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. He began to become more and more interested in this dungeon. The mobs dropped so much. Won't the boss drop a bunch of them? Fuck, let's farm them. As he spoke, Lu Chen's hands did not slow down at all. After a few attacks, he killed another macaque. At this moment, the first spirit fiend macaque broke free from its frozen state. It let out a strange cry and pounced towards Lu Chen. 277426889. Fuck, this damage. Lu Chen widened his eyes, looking at the chirpy monkey in front of him in disbelief. Chapter 156. The spirit fiend macaque's attack was off the charts. It was over 2,000 in one go. Lu Chen could not take it. Damn, I actually feel a bit of pain. Lu Chen did not have time to think and quickly killed the first spirit fiend macaque that broke free from the ice. Killed spirit fiend macaque, 3 elite. Captured 50,000 spiritual energy. Obtained rank for talent fragment 10. Obtained 4-star quality 10. Extracted pure spiritual energy 10. Ding. Obtained macaque leather X15. Obtained macaque tail X10. Obtained Yao beast core X1. After killing it, it was another 50,000 experience and a pile of materials. Strange, what is a beast core? Why did it only drop 1? Lu Chen felt that it was a bit strange. Unfortunately, he did not have time to care about this. It was better to kill these monkeys as soon as possible. Lu Chen quickly switched to headless flying corpse form. The headless flying corpse's ejection was still strong. The remaining 3 spirit fiend macaques' HP quickly decreased. When they broke free from the ice, they only had half of their HP left. After a while, Lu Chen finally killed this wave of macaques. At this time, Lu Chen only had around 10,000 HP left. The monkey's attack might have increased. Their physical attack is too terrifying. Lu Chen drank a bottle of potion. While waiting for his HP to recover, he checked his equipment. The 5 spirit fiend macaques just now pulled out a large pile of equipment. There were dozens of materials and 15 pieces of equipment. They were all level 30 blue grade Monkey King belt. Monkey King belt, level 30 blue, defense, physical defense 32, spiritual defense 4, strength 43, agility 62, physique 48, special effect, after leaving battle, HP recovery speed increases by 70 points. The Monkey King belt's attributes were quite good. The special effect was especially disappointing. The HP recovery effect was not very useful. That's it. What blue grade equipment? It's just that the basic attributes are a bit higher. The items dropped by these monkeys are not good. But no matter what, level 30 blue grade equipment was definitely better than the level 24 Monkey King belt. Lu Chen did not say anything and directly equipped it. My HP has increased by almost 1,000. I can barely use it. Lu Chen had a lot of HP and needed some time to recover. Since he was bored, he checked the Monkey King belt one by one. 15 pieces. How about we get a small piece? After looking through 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, the Monkey King's belt's attributes were all the same. The only difference was that there was a slight difference in its HP recovery speed, which hovered between 65 to 80 HP. However, because it only recovered HP after leaving combat, it didn't have much meaning. Lu Chen was too lazy to change it. Looks like the Monkey King's belt doesn't have any good quality items. Lu Chen shook his head and casually displayed the last Monkey King's belt. Upon seeing the attributes of the belt, Lu Chen was stunned. Monkey King belt +1, level 30 blue, defense, physical defense 40, spiritual defense 5, strength 45, agility 65, physique 50, special effect, increase HP regeneration by 95 points after leaving combat. Special effect, increase HP regeneration by 21 points. This time, Lu Chen was a little uneasy. Damn, this is an enhanced Monkey King's belt. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Up until now, he had never obtained any enhanced equipment. No one even knew that Jiutian equipment could be strengthened. Could it be that only level 30 equipment can be strengthened? After strengthening by one level, the belt's physical defense increased by 8 and spiritual defense increased by 1. There was a small increase in 3D, but the most important thing was that the special effect was clearly strengthened. 95 HP regeneration after leaving combat. The previous highest was around 80 HP. It has increased by a lot. Moreover, there is an additional effect, battle HP regeneration. Although the battle HP regeneration of 21 HP was like a drop in the bucket to Lu Qin, it was still better than nothing. Equipment can actually be strengthened. Then what is the strengthening material? Lu Qin looked at the materials in his bag. Leather, teeth, monkey tail, etc. They were all common materials. However, when he looked at the demon beast core, it actually said, strengthening material. Oh. It's you. Damn, I was wondering why the others dropped 10 by 10. Only you dropped 1 by 1. Not only did the cores drop 1 by 1, but not every monster dropped them. In this wave of 5 monsters, only 1 core dropped. Lu Qin took out the core and took off the +1 Monkey King's belt. He tried to put the core on the belt. Demon Beast Core's spiritual energy is insufficient. Please pour in pure spiritual energy. Lu Qin picked up the core alone and immediately received the option to focus on pure spiritual energy. Pour in. A level 30 Demon Beast Core consumed 300 points of pure spiritual energy. This time, Lu Qin tried to put the core on the belt again. Missing 2 similar pieces of equipment. Fortunately, there were enough Monkey King's belts in his bag. Lu Qin gritted his teeth and took out 2. This should be enough. A level 30 Demon Beast Core, 2 Monkey King's belts, and 1 Monkey King's belt to be strengthened floated in front of Lu Qin. Strengthen. A blue light flashed, and the 4 items suddenly merged into one. Lu Qin hurriedly looked at the new belt's attributes. Monkey King's belt +2, level 30 blue, defense, physical defense 48, spiritual defense 6, strength 48, agility 69, physique 53, special effect, after leaving combat, HP regeneration increased by 135 points. Special effect, HP regeneration increased by 41 points. The basic attributes didn't increase by much, but the special effects increase is quite obvious. Lu Qin frowned. If there are other battle HP regeneration equipment here, I'll strengthen it. Maybe I can pass the moon-worshipping blood pool. Thinking of this, Lu Qin put on the belt and put away his bag. Okay, since that's the case, let's farm. About half an hour later, after farming 12 waves of spirit fiend macaques. There weren't many monsters here, and the killing speed wasn't fast, but the rewards were very considerable. 5 waves, that was 250,000 experience. 12 waves of spirit fiend macaques would be 3 million experience. His experience of level 30 had increased by almost a third. In addition, Lu Qin had accumulated hundreds of materials in his bag. There were actually 180 Monkey King's belts. From afar, his bag was full of blue Monkey King's belts. Damn, I've never farmed so many blue equipment in my life. Is this free? Lu Qin went to the front to take a look. In the ruins not far away, there was an open area with a big boss standing there. The boss finally appeared. Let's recover to full health first. Taking advantage of the recovery time, Lu Qin checked the equipment in his bag. He locked onto the belt that had better HP regeneration after leaving battle. These could be used as the main body for strengthening in the future. Let's upgrade the belt again. 2 to 3 required 1 beast core and 3 pieces of equipment of the same type. Lu Qin casually found 3 ordinary belts as materials. After injecting pure spiritual energy, he began to strengthen them. Strengthening successful. Obtained Monkey King's belt +3, check the equipment. Monkey King's belt +3, unable to be strengthened, defense, Physical Defense 54, Spiritual Defense 7, Strength 54, Agility 73, Physique 62, Special Effect, after leaving battle, HP regeneration increased by 178, Special Effect, HP regeneration increased by 64, it can't be strengthened. I wonder if level 30 equipment can only strengthen 3 or blue equipment can only strengthen 3. It's okay. After all, it's blue equipment dropped by small monsters. The attributes can't be compared to the boss. This HP regeneration is already good. I hope the boss can drop some HP regeneration equipment to help me cross the moon-worshipping blood pool. Putting away the equipment, Lu Qin got up and entered the boss territory. The boss in front of him was 7 to 8 meters tall. Its 2 long arms could almost touch the ground. Its whole body was covered in golden hair. Its portrait showed golden-haired blood fiend macaque, level 35. Brother monkey, don't disappoint me. Xiao Min, go invisible. Let's go. Chapter 157. Lu Qin quickly approached the golden-haired macaque like an assassin. Just as Lu Qin was quietly approaching the boss, someone suddenly knocked on his gaming helmet. Brother, I'm back. Oh, be quiet. There's cola in the fridge. Wait for me, I'm fighting the boss. Fighting the boss. Brother, can I watch it? Watch it. Turn on your helmet's Bluetooth. I'm having a face-to-face video call. Lui hurriedly threw her bag on Lu Chen's bed, put on her helmet, and sat beside Lu Chen. After Lu Chen turned on the corresponding function, Lui could watch Lu Chen's battle. Fuck. Brother, what kind of boss is this? It's so big, and you're fighting it alone. What else can I do? Lu Chen was not in a hurry. After all, he still had a long time to be invisible. Moreover, there was another benefit to Lu Yi's return. Xiao Min's active stealth cooldown had been reduced by half. Players who played the stealth style all knew that having a stealth cooldown was absolutely beneficial to the stealth style. I'm going to start fighting the boss. Okay. Lu Yi obediently sat at the side and watched the battle. Tiger descends the mountain. Lu Qin roared and immediately activated his strongest single-target special effect. Before the golden-haired macaque could discover Lu Qin suddenly appeared and attacked fiercely. -648, -653, poisoned, -653, poisoned, -2340, double critical hit, -653, poisoned, -653, poisoned. A large number of numbers appeared on top of the golden-haired macaque's head. The golden-haired macaque's health instantly dropped by a large chunk. In addition, the Zombie King's mask's meridian blockage was also triggered. Above the boss's head floated a symbol of silence and slow. Only 90,000 health. I can deal 15,000 plus damage with a single tiger descends the mountain. 6 times is enough. The boss seemed to be abnormally angry at being ambushed. It roared and attacked with its claw. 7223. The macaque's attack was fast. After the first attack, before Lu Qin could dodge, the second claw was about to hit him. Oh my god! This attack is too inhumane. Lu Chen's eyes widened. This damage was over 7,000. It wasn't much different from the 72 pillars of heaven's flames. The second attack was about to arrive. Icebound roar. An ice ring exploded just in time. The boss's hand, which was about to reach Lu Chen's face, was frozen solid. Motherfucker, this attack has points. And he's still so fast. Damn, I can actually feel pain all over my body. Lu Qin wasn't greedy for the few attacks that came after the freeze, and he quickly pulled away. This boss had obviously been strengthened. Now, Lu Qin was regretting that he had tested the strength of 1,000 plus. Otherwise, he would not have encountered such a strong boss. This is what it means to have high returns and high risks. The boss quickly broke free from the frozen state and chased after Lu Chen on all fours. Although the boss had broken free from the frozen state, the blocked meridians lasted for 10 seconds. With a 40% speed reduction, Monkey was very anxious, but he could not catch up to Lu Chen. This guy is so fast. He can still run so fast even with a 40% speed reduction. When he recovers, I definitely won't be able to outrun him. Xiao Min, turn invisible, quick. Boss, there are still 17 seconds. Lu Chen really hoped that Lu Yi would have said a few more words to him just now, so that he could survive the 17 seconds. Unfortunately, the invisibility was not done yet. Lu Chen could only run as fast as he could. Wind blast. Lu Chen quickly increased his movement speed and pulled away as much as possible. Not long after, the boss's speed reduction and silence disappeared, and his speed suddenly increased. Bang! 4 words appeared above the boss's head. Rapid movement. Lu Chen widened his eyes and stared at the boss. If the boss closed in on him, he definitely wouldn't be able to last 3 seconds. He also had rapid movement, and the distance was not short. This was his only life-saving skill now. However, the definition of rapid movement was not a simple movement, but a sudden increase in speed. During this period, he could change directions, use skills, and attack. If Lu Chen used rapid movement at the same time as the boss, he might still be caught. Now, Lu Chen had to survive the last 17 seconds. Lu Chen's breathing obviously became faster. This was the first time he had been so close to death. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of what it would feel like to die when the 10% pain system was turned on. To a certain extent, the golden-haired spiritual macaque was harder to deal with than Cenobus. Cenobus's attack was high, but it was not agile. This guy's agility was higher than Lu Chen's. Lu Chen had come too early. When a normal player's strength reached 1000, they would be around level 40. At that time, not only would their equipment add a lot of physical defense, but their skills and equipment's special effects would also be incomparable to Lu Chen's. Fuck, so the plan was to let me experience death. Lu Chen snorted. You're too naive. Seeing the boss pounce at Lu Chen at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, Lu Yi was dumbfounded. This was the boss that her brother usually fought. 7,000 plus HP with one slap. Other players' physical attacks could not even break through her brother's defense. Moreover, with that attack speed, if it wasn't for her brother's excellent control, he could have at least slapped twice more. By then, he would have lost more than half of his HP. And this rapid movement, as long as it collided with her brother, he might have been killed instantly. How was her brother going to resolve it? Or rather, could he resolve it? The boss instantly appeared in front of Lu Chen. At this time, its thick arm was already in a descending state. It seemed that while it was moving, it had already made an attack move. This slap would only take a few tenths of a second to land. Just as the boss' giant claw was about to land, Lu Chen roared, "Rapid movement." When the boss saw that Lu Chen was about to run, it grabbed at him with its arm. In Jiutian, to avoid normal attacks, the only way was to escape the attack's range. Otherwise, it would definitely hit. However, just as the giant claw was about to land, the shadow slipped away from its fingertips. Lu Yi covered her mouth in shock. Oh my god, it seemed like a close call, but her brother had already thought of the only possible countermeasure in his mind. The boss' rapid movement speed and distance were likely to be greater than Lu Chen's. Therefore, Lu Chen did not use rapid movement at the beginning because he might be caught if he used it. When the boss flashed in front of Lu Chen, he could already confirm that the boss' rapid movement had been used up. At this time, Lu Chen had to use rapid movement to have a chance of escaping. The boss only raised its hand for a moment to attack, and only in this moment, he had to escape the boss attack range. This required an accurate estimation of the boss attack range. And Lu Chen only relied on the experience of being attacked once before to control the boss attack range to a millimeter. If he did not do everything to the extreme, Lu Chen would definitely not be able to escape the boss attack. "Brother, you're too strong." "Strong my ass, I almost died." After putting some distance between them, Lu Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. He still had the mood to talk to Lu Yi. "Xiao Min, are you done?" "Boss, I'm done." "Okay, it's our turn this time. Go invisible." Chapter 158. He didn't have any experience before, but now Lu Chen already knew the boss routine. High physical attack, high attack speed, high movement speed. Patience was a must when facing this kind of boss. Lu Chen waited until Xiao Min's invisibility was on cooldown before launching the second wave of attacks. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. This time, it was a triple critical hit, dealing 18,000 plus damage. In addition, Fierce Tiger descends the mountain and the Tiger Demon bloodline allowed Lu Chen to deal 6 damage in one attack. This greatly increased the chances of triggering meridian blockage. The boss was silenced and slowed again. Without waiting for the boss to react, Lu Chen immediately used Frozen Roar to seal the boss, then quickly retreated. The duration of Frozen Roar was 2 to 7 seconds. The specific duration depended on the strength of the summoner. With the boss's strength, it could only freeze for 2 seconds. However, in these 2 seconds, Lu Chen had pulled enough distance. After another 3 or 4 seconds, Lu Chen rushed in and entered invisibility. The boss's head was still bleeding, and this part of the damage was not to be underestimated. After 2 waves of attacks, the boss's HP was reduced by half. Throughout the whole process, Lu Yi was shocked and didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, she suddenly heard Lu Chen talking to her. "Hey, is your friend Xiao Mei okay? There were quite a lot of things happening recently." Li Muhua said that he would deal with Xiao Mei and Ning Jun, which made Lu Chen think of some Hong Kong, Taiwan, and American dramas. There's often a saying. Only the dead are useful in keeping secrets. However, this was just his imagination. Li Muhua and the others wouldn't do this, right? What can happen to her? She's fine. Lu Chen shook his head. He was thinking too much. While talking, the cooldown of invisibility was almost over. Lu Chen quietly approached and waved his 2 swords, dealing another 15,000 plus damage. The boss was quite depressed now. It had a lot of skills but couldn't hit anyone. With this back and forth, the boss HP was almost empty by the 4th attack. However, Lu Chen was still waiting for stealth to cool down. After ensuring that nothing went wrong, he finished off the boss with his 5th attack. Killed, golden-haired demonic macaque, level 30 strength enhanced boss. Obtained 300,000 auras. Obtained 10 6th rank talent fragments. Obtained 10 6th rank evolution points. Damn, this tier 6 material drops fucking 2 million reputation points. Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly. Ding! Obtained, Monkey King Strength Boots, level 30 purple, *5, Golden Spear Strength Ring, level 30 blue, *5, level 30 Monster Core, green, *5. There seemed to be a pile of materials behind him, but Lu Chen was too lazy to look at them. Speaking of which, the purple equipment dropped in 5 pieces. Was this the world of the nouveau riche? Brother, did something good drop? Purple boots, blue ring, beast cores, and a bunch of materials. Oh my god, purple boots. This is the first item in the entire server. I think so. Lu Chen took out the boots to check. It'll be great if there's an enhancement. Monkey King Strength Boots, level 30 purple, defense, physical defense 89, spiritual defense 14, defense is still okay. Strength 300, Agility 50, Vitality 50, damn, this property, no wonder it's called Strength Boots. It's too biased. It was Lu Chen's first time getting a piece of equipment with this kind of property in the Jiutian. Special Effect 1, Quick Movement. Explodes out the potential of the monkey spirit's agility. Move a maximum of 15, 10 plus 5, meters in 0, 5 seconds. While moving, it will not affect other skills. Cooldown, 60, 120 to 60 seconds. Special Effect 2, Increase quick movement by 50%. Reduce cooldown by 50%. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. First, Lu Chen understood why Special Effect 1 increased the distance and cooldown. It was because of Special Effect 2. Naturally, this special effect had been weakened. When the boss used it, the distance it moved exceeded 25 meters. But this was not the main point. The main point was that the special effect of the boots was the same as the monkey spirit's bloodline talent. The developers of Heavenly Travel were crazy, but he had to admit that their standards were high. They would not repeat such a low-level effect. Is there a possibility? Lu Chen frowned. The equipment's special effect and talent are separate, and their cooldowns are independent. That means, when I wear these boots, I have 2 quick movements. Also, does the enhancement of Special Effect 2 increase my talent? Thinking of this, Lu Chen put on the strength boots first, then opened the character panel. Monkey Spirit Bloodline, Level 4. Move a maximum of 30, 20 plus 10, meters in 0, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60, 120 to 60 seconds. Damn, it's really an enhancement. This is awesome. The enhancement effect had been confirmed. Now, it was time to see if the 2 quick movements had independent cooldowns. Lu Chen used the boot's special effect once, then immediately looked at his talent. The skill was ready. He used it again. This time, Lu Chen rushed out 30 meters. This time, Lu Chen could not remain calm. Ha 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 ha, awesome. The skill's cooldown is independent. I can use quick movements twice every 60 seconds. No, I have to try again. I have to use the 2 skills together. When the 2 quick movements were off cooldown, Lu Chen rushed out 45 meters in 1 second. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed from one end of the boss room to the other. Ha 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 ha, awesome. Normally, when players obtained the Monkey King's War Boots, a 15-meter rapid movement every 60 seconds was already very powerful. However, Lu Chen had an even better Monkey Spirit Bloodline innate skill. With this innate skill, the Monkey Spirit Bloodline innate skill was more than twice as powerful. The Jiutian game experience was very realistic. Lu Chen was instantly immersed in the joy of transforming into the Flash. For a moment, he could only see a figure flying in and out of the boss room, a man like the wind. Ahahaha. This is so fun. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. Brother, what's wrong with you? You, what kind of skill is this? Hee hee, isn't it cool? Cool my ass, I can't even see it clearly. How is your skill stronger than the boss? In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Hee hee, don't worry. I'll leave you one. Oh, right, let's see if there are any enhanced boots. Lu Chen finally settled down and began to check the other boots. It's not enhanced. It's not there either, Lu Yi almost broke down. Brother, didn't you say there were only 2 pieces of equipment? Did you copy and paste these? Yes, there were only 2 pieces. Oh, I didn't make it clear. The boss can drop 5 pieces of equipment at once. Pooh, Lu Yi vomited blood. 5 pieces of purple equipment at once? Yes, this is a level 5 reward dungeon. At the beginning, you have to test your strength. I'll explain it to you later when we eat. Let me see if there are any enhanced boots. Enhanced? What the hell is that? +3. Damn. I'm rich. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide and looked at the boots in front of him. Chapter 159. Monkey King Strength wore boots +3, defense, 119 physical defense, 24 spiritual defense, strength, 390, agility, 65, constitution, 65, special effect 1, rapid movement, explodes out the potential of the Monkey King's agility. Maximum movement distance of 25, 16 plus 9, meters in 0, 5 seconds. Movement does not affect the release of other skills. Cooldown, 50, 120 to 70 seconds, special effect 2, increase maximum rapid movement distance by 59%. Reduce cooldown by 59%. The base attributes of the enhanced war boots did not increase by much, but the special effect was greatly improved. Reduced the cooldown by 59%. Damn, I can use quick movement, twice in 50 seconds. Oh right, the equipment did not say that it has been enhanced to the upper limit. This means that it can still be enhanced. Lu Chen immediately used the +3 war boots as the base and began to enhance. Requires, level 30 beast core, green, Purple enhancement requires a green beast core. Luckily, I have 5. Lu Chen took out the green beast core without hesitation. The green beast core required 500 points of pure aura. Luckily, he had obtained a few hundred points of pure aura from this dungeon. It was barely enough. Other than the beast core, the enhancement also required 3 other similar equipment. Damn, the enhancement is so expensive. I don't care, upgrade it to 4. Enhance. The Monkey King war boots was enhanced to 4. The base attributes did not increase by much. The highest increase was in strength, which increased by 420 points. The key was still the special effect. The maximum rapid movement distance became 20 plus 13, 33 meters. The cooldown became 120 to 78, which only required a short 42 seconds. Level 30 purple can only be enhanced to +4, but this attribute is already very powerful. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. 420 points of strength, the increase in strength is too fierce. Since the strength war boots increased a lot of strength, Lu Chen was also interested in the blue equipment, Monkey King Ring of Strength. Monkey King Ring of Strength, attack, physical attack 40 to 52, spiritual attack 10, strength 120, agility 20, constitution 20, special effect, increase attack speed by 10%, the Ring of Strength had exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. My strength has increased by a lot. Although the equipment's special effect is only passive, the attack speed increase is not bad. Let's see if I can enhance to 3. Monkey King Ring of Strength +3, attack, physical attack 55 to 67, attack 13, strength 180, agility 35, constitution 35, special effect, increase attack speed by 20% after strengthening, his strength immediately soared to 180, and his attack speed increased by 20%. His attributes even surpassed that of a purple equipment. After equipping the 2 new pieces of equipment, Lu Chen looked at his physical attack again. It had already exceeded 2,000. As expected of a level 5 reward dungeon. Lu Chen exclaimed. My only regret is that even though I've increased my strength by a lot, it's still a little difficult to cross the moon-worshipping blood pool. I only have 1 piece of battle HP recovery equipment, so it's still not enough. Lu Chen wondered if he could use haste to force his way through, but after some thought, he gave up on the idea. He had no idea just how large the moon-worshipping blood pool was. If he tried to force his way through, what if he still couldn't escape after dodging several waves of monsters? At that time, he might not be able to come out even if he wanted to. We can't rush the moon-worshipping blood pool. Let's see if there are any other methods. The instance dungeon had been cleared, so Lu Chen temporarily quit the game. Taking off his helmet, Lu Chen knocked on his sister's helmet and said, "Hey, time to go offline." A moment later, Louis took off her helmet and looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "Brother, you're too strong." Lu Chen did not hold back at all. "Why else would I be your brother?" "Stop daydreaming. I'll take you out for dinner first, then we'll come back and pack up. We'll be home for the next 2 days. Okay." That night, the siblings packed up the things in the house. They packed up what needed to be packed and threw away what needed to be thrown away. "Brother, you're throwing away that rice cooker too? It can still be used." Lu Chen laughed. "These appliances have been used for so many years that they're rusty. Just throw them away. Have you forgotten that I just earned 8 million? "I know, but I'm still a little reluctant. Maybe I'm used to it." Seeing his sister unwilling to let go of the old rice cooker, Lu Chen felt a little sad. All these years, his younger sister was still very young. Other children had countless toys and endless snacks, but this little girl beside him didn't even have enough to eat. She had suffered with him at a young age, but she had never complained. Girls of Lu Yi's age liked to be pretty. Other people's wardrobes were filled with clothes, but Lu Yi only had a few cheap clothes. She did not even have any cosmetics. The silly girl always said, "Mom and Dad told me to take good care of you, silly girl, we're different now. Even if we can't earn money in the game, we don't have to worry about living anymore." In the past, the siblings did not have a fixed place to stay. It was only when Lu Chen's income stabilized that the two settled down. Therefore, the two did not have much to pack. Lu Chen had already packed some things before, so it only took him 2 hours to finish packing. "It's finally done. A car will be able to take it away tomorrow." "Brother, should I make an appointment with the moving company?" "No need, I'll think of something," Lu Chen said. "You stay at home. I'll go find Luo Xiaohe and tell him." "Okay, then I'll go play games. I need to hurry up and level up." Lu Chen smiled. "Go ahead." He called Luo Yu and made an appointment to meet downstairs. At night, there were not many people in the equipment area. After going downstairs, Lu Chen saw someone sitting on a bench and smoking. Lu Chen didn't know if it was the environment or if it was just his imagination, but Luo Yu's back seemed a little lonely. "Hey Z." Lu Chen walked over. "Chen Gu." Luo Yu looked up at Lu Chen. The first thing he did was pass a cigarette to Lu Chen. "What a coincidence, I'm home today. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me." Lu Chen took the cigarette. "Xiaohei, I'm here to say goodbye. I'll be moving out tomorrow. I already told the landlord." "Huh? You're moving out?" Luo Yu was surprised. Lu Chen knew Luo Yu would be surprised, but in order not to trouble Luo Yu, Lu Chen didn't plan on telling him where he was moving to. "Don't ask too much about He Zi moving out. You've been taking care of me and Yi all these years. I never had the chance to thank you." "Chen Gu, what are you saying? If you thank me, then you're treating me like an outsider. Besides, you've taught me a lot over the years. No, you're just moving out. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Why are you so sad?" "Chen Gu, since you told me not to ask too much, then I won't ask. I just want to ask, do you still see me as a brother?" "Duh, of course." Lu Chen replied with certainty. Luo Yu nodded. "I've been in society for a long time now. Now I understand that in life, you can have as many fair-weather friends as you want, but it's good enough to have one true friend. Chen Gu, I'll say it again. If you need anything from me, Luo Yu, feel free to call me." Lu Chen nodded, stood up, and raised his hand. "I'll remember. We'll always be brothers." Luo Yu gripped Lu Chen's hand tightly. "Yes, we'll always be brothers." Chapter 160. Early the next morning, the moving company's car arrived at Lu Chen's house. The siblings looked back at Happiness Neighborhood and got into the car. When they got into the car, Lu Yi realized that the people who came to help them move were none other than Li Muhua and the others. "Ah, it's you guys." Lu Yi was surprised. Li Muhua adjusted his hat and said helplessly, "Your brother asked us to come. How could we not come?" Lu Chen smiled. "I was afraid that you guys were going to talk to the moving company again, so I called you guys directly. Seeing how fast you guys moved, I'm sure you guys are in Zhangcheng." Li Muhua couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, alright, we have to thank you for helping you move. Nameless bro is really good at scheming." "You're welcome," Lu Chen said casually. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the villa area in Sunshine Neighborhood. "Bro, did we go to the wrong place?" Lu Yi looked around at the exquisite and luxurious villas and seemed a little unnatural. "Lu Yi, your brother didn't tell you that he bought a villa?" Li Muhua looked at Lu Yi in amusement. "A villa? Bro, didn't we see a high-rise villa last time?" Lu Yi was shocked. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Lu Yi really didn't pay attention to the outside world. It seemed like she didn't know about the auction at Wild Waves. Just that auction alone had a turnover of more than 14 million. "Lu Yi, you don't know how valuable your brother's equipment is. Moreover, it's not something you can buy just because you want to. So many people are fighting to buy it, right, bro Chen? Right your head, you can't drive properly." Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Li Muhua. Li Muhua quickly stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to say more. Lu Chen bought Villa A16. This villa had the best location. It was far from the other villas and was quiet. There was a man-made stream behind the house and the surrounding greenery was done well. Even the courtyard in front of the house was slightly bigger than the other villas. The house that Su Xiaowei had chosen for Lu Chen was absolutely flawless. The car stopped in front of the garage next to the main body of the villa. When the car stopped, 3 strong young men got out of the car and helped Lu Chen and his sister move. "Lu Yi, Chen Gu, let them move. My people have plenty of strength. Let's rest for a while." Li Muhua wasn't polite at all to his own people. "Hey, Lu Chen, why are you buying a car? It's such a waste to leave such a big garage empty." Lu Chen thought for a moment. "Although we don't go out much, we still need to use a car sometimes. Let's buy one later. If you have time, go and learn how to drive first. After you learn how to drive, go and buy one." "I'm too lazy to drive." Lu Chen turned back and said. Lu Yi blinked. "Brother, can you be any lazier?" Li Muhua suddenly said, "Since you haven't bought it, then don't buy it. I heard that on the 50th day of Jiutian's launch, Jianxing is planning to organize an event. The reward is a limited edition sports car from Tianxing. They even released the concept art. There's only one car in each server. You can't buy it even if you want to." "Huh? There's such a thing?" Lu Chen hadn't paid attention to the official website for a while. Lu Yi, on the other hand, spent all her time leveling up. Of course, she wouldn't care either. Why are you siblings the same? You don't even look at the official website. Li Muhua was very anxious. He took out his tablet and opened the official website. There were a few banners floating on the official website. A warm celebration for 9 Heavens domain breaking 2. 5 billion online players. A global celebration for Jiutian's 50th day of launch. Temporary closure of all servers. 5 billion players competing for the limited edition of 200 Chameleon Supercar. Li Muhua swiped his finger and the image of the supercar was projected on the tablet. The official website showed a silver supercar, but it was said that there were a few colors to choose from. Tianqing's supercar was streamlined and had a pleasing metallic feel to it. The body structure was powerful and technologically advanced. The car was equipped with ergonomic leather seats, Tianqing's self-developed virtual projection front window, and a driverless operating system. Damn, this car. Let me tell you, I'm drooling just by looking at it. Li Muhua looked at the projection of the car and couldn't help but exclaim, others are still developing it as a concept car, but Tianqing has already made it. Oh, let me tell you, the exterior of this car can be coated with illusions. What do you mean? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. I mean, you don't need me to explain Tianqing's technology, right? By changing the exterior coating, it can mimic other cars of the same size. Damn, that's awesome. Of course, why else would it be called a chameleon? Brother Chen, there are 200 of these cars in the world, one for each server. They'll never be produced again. You have to get your hands on one. I won't ask you to lend it to me, just let me sit in it. The chameleon was indeed very cool. Lu Chen was a little moved. What's the event about? Tianqing didn't announce it. They said that after the servers merge, the players will be notified through the system. Lu Chen nodded. Then we'll talk about it when the time comes. The furniture was quickly moved. Lu Chen and his sister came to the villa. Their furniture was not enough to fit in such a big villa. Brother Chen, I'll come over tonight to set up a surveillance and anti-theft system. If anything happens, you can contact us directly through the anti-theft system. Li Muhua smiled. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. We're staying nearby, so call us if anything happens. Lu Chen nodded. Okay. After Li Muhua and the others left, Lui finally let loose. She looked around the kitchen, the balcony, and then upstairs. Brother, which room is mine? There are so many rooms here. Up to you. Huh, I want to stay next to you. Which room are you staying in? Come up quickly. Seeing his sister so happy, Lu Chen felt more satisfied than when he got a purple equipment for the first time. He smiled as he walked upstairs. You're already so old, yet you insist on staying next to me. What if I bring my girlfriend back next time? I don't care. I've been with you since I was young anyway. Lu Chen stroked Lu Yi's hair and brought her to choose a room. After a busy day, the siblings finished building their new house and went shopping for daily necessities. The home appliances would be delivered in a few days, so they had to make do for the time being. Louis had already logged into the game. Wild Waves had an event today. They were going to raid the first floor of the underground mine, so Lu Yi rushed to participate. Lu Chen also put on his helmet. If we have time, we can buy 2 gaming cabins, Lu Chen said as he entered the game. As soon as he entered the game, he stood in front of the smooth stone wall of the Fiend City ruins. Let's do a dungeon first. Lu Chen touched the stone wall, and 2 lines of words appeared on the stone wall. Dungeons with different rewards will be opened according to the test results of the physical test. Physical test. That's not right. Wasn't it strength last time? Lu Chen frowned, but on second thought, he suddenly realized a problem. During the strength test, the boss dropped strength equipment, and the equipment's effects were all offensive. Then, during the physique test, would the boss drop physique equipment, health buffs, or even health recovery equipment? Chapter 161. Physique Test. As soon as Lu Chen's voice fell, his HP quickly decreased. During the strength test, Lu Chen used his strength to attack the stone door. But now, he was testing his physique. After Lu Chen prepared for the test, Lu Chen suddenly felt a slight pain in his chest. Lu Chen didn't feel this small pain. At the same time, the stone wall displayed the results of Lu Chen's physique test. Physique test result, 1233, status, 93%, physique test completed. Level 5 reward instance dungeon unlocked. It's already 1,200 points, and it's still a level 5 reward instance dungeon. Lu Chen was a bit confused about the instance dungeon standards. Forget it, I'll retest it the next time it becomes a strength instance dungeon. The instance dungeon's door was already open. Lu Chen didn't care about the future and entered the instance dungeon first. The instance dungeon's map had also changed. The monsters changed from spirit macaques to stone macaques, and their HP had greatly increased. However, although their HP was high, their attack was low. Lu Chen had changed 2 pieces of equipment, and his strength had greatly increased. His defense was already over 700. These macaques only dealt 200 to 300 damage to him. The physique instance dungeon is much easier than the strength instance dungeon. After Lu Chen tested a wave of monsters and saw that there was no danger, he pulled several waves of monsters until he arrived in front of the boss room. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen cleared the monsters. Killed Stone Macaque, 3 * Elite. Captured 50,000 World Aura. Obtained rank for Talent Fragment. Obtained 4-star quality points. Extracted Pure Aura 10. Killed Stone Macaque, 3 * Elite. Captured 50,000 World Aura. Obtained rank for Talent Fragment. Obtained 4-star quality points. Ding! Obtained Macaque Leather X10, obtained Macaque Teeth X10, obtained Demonic Beast Core X1. Obtained Monkey King's Shoulder Pads, level 30 blue, X5, obtained Monkey King's Cape, level 30 blue, X5, it dropped equipment. Its shoulder pads and cape. It dropped a lot. Let's look at the attributes of the 2 equipment. The shoulder pads added physical defense and spiritual defense. They were average in 3D, around 50. However, Lu Chen was rather excited when he saw the special effects of the shoulder pads. It's HP regeneration. There are both HP regeneration and HP regeneration. What I want is HP regeneration. Looking at the Monkey King's cape, it also provided a small amount of HP recovery effect. A +3 Monkey King's belt could only provide 178 HP recovery and 61 HP recovery. It was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. However, Lu Chen already had 3 pieces of HP recovery equipment. After the enhancement, the shoulder pads provided 204 HP recovery and 70 HP recovery, while the cloak provided 215 HP recovery and 72 HP recovery. With the 3 pieces of equipment, I can recover 600 HP when I leave combat and 203 HP when I'm in combat. My own vitality can also provide about 50 HP when I'm in combat. Now, I can maintain 250 plus HP when I'm in combat. The Moon Worshipping Blood Pool's 0.5% HP loss effect every second was around 100 HP. It could be completely replenished. No, that's not right. The blood poison curse of the Moon Worshipping Disciples can stack the blood poison effect, and each stack adds up to over 200 HP. It should be about the same as my current battle recovery. However, I don't know how big the Moon Worshipping Blood Pool is. Lu Chen had played until now. Although there were a few dangerous situations, he had never really died. In fact, Lu Chen always had a guess. He was different from ordinary players. Even if he was wearing human skin, he was still a wild monster. If a human player died, they could revive in the Immortal Mountains, reincarnation realm. However, if he died, where would he revive? Or whether he could revive? Based on this consideration, Lu Chen wanted to play it safe if the conditions allowed. The boss was called Golden-Haired Stone Skin Ape. It looked similar to the Golden-Haired Spirit Fiend, but it was much less of a threat to Lu Chen. Each attack could only deal 2000 plus HP to Lu Chen. However, it had a lot of HP. With 240,000 HP, Lu Chen would have to stand for half a day to heal. Originally, Lu Chen thought that since there was no threat to his life, it was only a matter of time before he killed the boss. However, when the boss HP fell below 10%, it roared and stomped on the ground, stunning Lu Chen. Then, it stood there alone and recovered HP crazily. Damn! It still has this trick up its sleeve. Lu Chen was dizzy, but he could still see the boss HP skyrocketing. After a while, the boss HP recovered to 90%. Damn, it recovered 200,000 HP. Lu Chen really wanted to vomit blood. I only have 10,000 HP left. I could have easily defeated it. I was lazy before and didn't fight properly. Now, it's like fighting again. When the boss finished recovering its HP, Lu Chen also regained his ability to move. However, he did not dare to underestimate this boss now. Although the golden-furred stone-skinned macaque's attack was not high, its HP was too high. With this recovery skill, it was equivalent to 400,000 HP. It would definitely kill the opponent. Lu Chen hurriedly focused. He used Frozen Roar, Rapid Movement, Vein Blockade, and Stealth. He used everything he could. He used the energy he used to fight the golden-furred demonic macaque to deal with this guy. It can't be that when its HP drops to 10%, it will recover a lot of HP. Lu Chen was still worried about this. After such a long time, the skill should have enough time to cool down. He had to kill the boss when its HP reached 24,000 or more. Lu Chen stared at the boss HP, 50,000. Lu Chen had already started to hold back on using his skills. 40,000, 30,000, 28,000. At this time, if he used 2 critical hits or a triple damage combo, the boss would recover a lot of HP. He could not be greedy anymore. Frozen Roar. Lu Chen saw the opportunity and froze the boss. At this moment, Lu Chen burst out with all his damage. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Wind Blast. After one round, Lu Chen burst out with 22,000 plus damage. The boss' huge body twisted crazily in the fridge. It looked like it was about to break out of the ice seal, 4,000 HP left. Ah! Hurry up and use Vein Blockade. Whether or not he could kill the boss would depend on the Vein Blockade. With a bang, the fridge exploded. Roar! The boss roared angrily. It lifted its huge foot and was about to stomp down. It looked like the boss was about to recover a lot of HP. The 4 words that came late finally appeared. Vein Blockade. The boss had already lifted its foot, but it was forcefully held back. With the last attack, Lu Chen finally killed the golden-furred demonic macaque. Damn, that was too close. If I let it recover a lot more HP, my stamina won't be able to keep up. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, I'd rather fight the golden-furred demonic macaque than the golden-furred demonic macaque. No matter what was said, Lu Chen had finally killed the boss. Killed, golden-furred demonic macaque, level 30 enhanced physique boss. Obtained 300,000 world aura. Obtained 10 rank 6 talent fragments. Obtained 10 rank 6 evolution points. Another 2 million reputation points. Awesome! Lu Chen excitedly said. Ding! Obtained, Monkey King's Vitality Jacket, level 30 purple, *5. Obtained, Monkey King's Vitality Pants, level 30 blue, *5. Obtained, level 30 Monster Core, green, *5. Lu Chen directly checked the equipment stats. This time, his luck was not off the charts. Out of the 5 Monkey King's outfits, the best one was A+1 enhancement. Monkey King's Vitality Jacket +1, level 30 blue, defense, physical defense 94, spiritual defense 30. Just by looking at the defense, the Monkey King's outfits were worthy of being a level 30 purple equipment. His spiritual defense actually increased by 30. It already surpassed the +3 Monkey King's boots. Strength, 55, agility, 55, vitality, 330, Special Effect. When the Monkey King's HP is lower than 10%, activate the Monkey King's Blood Reversal. Increase control immunity by 35%. Step on the ground, causing enemies within 15 meters to be stunned for 3 seconds. Obtain the Monkey King's Blood Reversal effect and recover 80% of your HP within 3 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Damn, this skill is too awesome. No wonder it was so hard to get blocked meridians. Increase control immunity by 35%. Moreover, stun for 3 seconds and recover 80% of your HP in 3 seconds. Isn't this equal to having 2 lives? Ah, with this special effect, maybe I can try the moon-worshipping blood pool. Chapter 162. The level 30 Monkey King Physique Pants attributes were still heavily skewed. It added 120 points to Constitution, but only 20 points to Strength and Agility. However, the special effect added health recovery after leaving combat and battle recovery. Lu Qin did not hesitate to upgrade it to 3 points and equipped it. My battle recovery is already at 320 points. I should be able to challenge the moon-worshipping blood pool. After a busy day, Lu Qin was also tired. He did not want to challenge the difficult moon-worshipping blood pool in an exhausted state. Early the next morning, Lu Qin bought breakfast and came back. He stretched his muscles and bones in his courtyard. Lu Yi also woke up very early and helped to tidy up the new house. After the siblings were done with their work, they ate breakfast together. As they ate, Lu Yi suddenly said, "Brother, Sister Nguyen seems to like you." Lu Qin almost spat out the soy milk in his mouth. "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." Lu Yi looked indifferent. "They don't even know that I'm your sister. Other than Brother Ing Jun and Little Mei, the others only know that I know you. I can feel that Sister Nguyen is especially concerned about you. When it comes to Nameless, she pays special attention." Lu Qin shook his head. "I'm the leader, okay? Of course, I pay attention. Don't talk nonsense. How did you feel when you went to Mad Waves yesterday?" "Very good. I think Sister Nguyen is really a good person. She treats the members equally, and the officials don't put on airs at all. Unlike some guilds, a small official instantly becomes a dog." Lu Yi seemed to have a lot of feelings. "Moreover, the guild's potential is greater than I imagined. There are many hidden experts. For example, Brother Ing Jun, Brother Sheik, and a few fixed team leaders. They are all very skilled. It's just that they didn't have any organization in the beginning, so their development was slower than professional guilds." Lu Qin nodded. Back then, they were able to pass through the poison fog forest as a small team. Their skills are definitely not bad. "Oh, right. Brother, there's something I want to tell you. You've learned to be polite with me. It's not about me, but I want to help Sister Nguyen pass on a message," Lu Yi said. Lu Yi said, "I heard from Sherbu that 3 management companies have contacted Sister Noah and said that they want our guild to help their artists." Lu Qin frowned slightly. He had heard Leng Noah and the others mention this business before. However, he did not expect that an economic company would actually find them. Sister Noah said that she can't make the decision. "Everything has to wait until you go back." Lu Qin chuckled. "Let Noah decide for herself. I don't care even if I'm in Quang Lang." "Okay, got it." Back in the game, Lu Qin stood in front of the Fiend City Ruins instance dungeon, staring at the words on the ruins. This time, he was going to test his agility. Although agility was still not as good as strength and physique, it was still better than agility at the moment. After Lu Qin reached 1000 plus, his attack speed, movement speed, and skill release speed did not increase significantly. However, Lu Qin still planned to grind the dungeon once more. He wanted to get some HP recovery equipment and level up to level 31. The agility test required one to continuously attack the stone door at high speed without using any skills or equipment effects. Agility test result, 12/12. Level 5 reward dungeon activated. Level 5 reward, not bad. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he prepared to step into the dungeon. Suddenly, he received a telepathic message from 10 miles away. It was a telepathic message from the Red High Heels. Guild Master, Yi told me that you've agreed to let us take on some business. Lu Chen immediately replied, you guys can take it as usual. Red High Heels, Guild Master, then can I take 91% of the income? You take 90%, and the guild takes 10%. Because if our members are assigned to lead the team, we need to give them some compensation for their hard work. Also, the guild needs some funds to buy equipment and materials. Lu Chen, I'm 9%. Then you guys won't be making money. Red High Heels, they're only looking for our guild because of Brother Nameless. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get the job. Lu Chen, how much are they offering? Red High Heels, there are 3 companies that we're talking to now. The price is around 500,000. Lu Chen was a little surprised. The other party offered such a low price. Lu Chen, it's too cheap. Tell them that the lowest price is 3 million. Red High Heels, 3 million. We're actually not a professional team. Isn't this price a little too high? Lu Chen, the lowest price is 3 million. Tell them that this is the price for the first batch. In the future, Wild Wave's price will only be higher and not lower. Red High Heels, Brother Nameless. If you're willing to lead the team personally, people will definitely fight for this price. But if Wild Waves is the one leading the team, I'm a little afraid that the negotiations will fall through. Lu Chen smiled and said, I don't have time to lead the team. If it falls through, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? There will be a lot of people looking for Wild Waves in the future. Also, change the ratio to 55%. The other guilds have a lot of funds now. If you want to compete with them, you can't do without funds. Red High Heels, oh, got it. Turning off the telepathic message, Lu Chen directly entered the Fiend City ruins. Celestial Mountain Main City, Wild Waves Guild Hall. The core members of the guild were receiving guests. What? 3 million. A middle-aged man looked at Leng Noa in shock. He was an artist manager under Huarue Film. This price is equivalent to the price of a first-tier professional guild. Are you sure this is the right price? Leng Noa said indifferently, yes, this is the price of Wild Waves. After joining the guild, we will have someone in charge of leading the team. However, your artists can only join the 3rd group and must listen to our arrangements. The representative of Dawn Global Film and Television snorted. Leng Noa, are you crazy about money? 3 million. If Nameless leads the team personally, this price is not a problem at all. But you already said that Nameless won't lead the team. So why does Wild Waves, a ragtag team, want 3 million? Leng Noa said seriously, we are indeed not a professional guild, but you know very well in your heart. Why don't you look for a professional team instead of Wild Waves? Because we have the strongest team leader in the entire server. 10 Steps also said, we are a ragtag team. Nameless doesn't care about anything. But you can ask which professional team dares to provoke Wild Waves. Blossoming Zhixiang said, our guild has a divine beast. Do other guilds have one? Besides, Nameless will occasionally show up. Leng Noa said, this is the first time we are opening this business. That's why we have such a good price. In the future, our price will only be higher, not lower. In fact, Leng Noa was also a little nervous. Her own small company had never negotiated with such a loud voice. However, on the negotiation table, she could not lose her momentum. At least so far, her performance was not bad. You can decide for yourselves. The representatives of the three management companies, Huarue and Dawn, left immediately. A group of casual players, relying on Nameless' name, want 3 million? Only fools would fall for it. With this money, we might as well go to the top guilds like Thunderclap and TT. We can even enjoy the treatment of entering the first group. Wild Waves, what right do you have? Sorry, we don't want to be spendthrifts. Goodbye. Leng Noa was a little disappointed when she saw that 2 deals had fallen through. Guilds were growing bigger and bigger, but they relied on Nameless' reputation. They did not have a source of funds. Now that there was hope to start a new business, it seemed that negotiations had fallen through. During the banquet, the only one that did not make a move was Shangfei Film. Shangfei Film's representative was a female manager called Lu Wen. Leng Noa also knew this manager. She was one of the more well-known and experienced managers in the industry. She had always been known for her shrewdness and decisiveness. Before this, she had not spoken. Until the end, she asked, Noa Noa, is the price not negotiable? Leng Noa shook her head. Sister Lu, I'm sorry. This price cannot be changed. Lu Wen stood up and shook her head helplessly. Seeing Lu Wen's action, Leng Noa no longer had any hope. She turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Lu Wen's voice came from behind. Noa Noa, leave 2 seats for me. Chapter 163. Sister Lu, you said you want 2 spots. Leng Noa could not believe her ears. The astute Sister Lu actually accepted such a price. Sister Lu smiled and said, yes. Of course, I'm just taking a gamble. Maybe my people's leveling speed in Violent Waves is not as fast as others, but I can see a trend from you. Trend? Sister Lu, what trend are you talking about? Lu Wen said, as long as Nameless is your leader, then Violent Waves will be the core of the whirlpool. My people need to be at the most eye-catching place. Lu Wen was worthy of being called a golden manager. Her words hit the nail on the head. Violent Waves, this motley crew that had not yet stepped on the right track, would definitely become the core of Zhoutian. Lu Chen was fighting monsters and he received a message from High-Heeled Shoes. The deal was done. The other party paid 6 million. 3 million had already been transferred to the guild's first account, which was Lu Chen's account. The other 3 million was transferred to the guild's second account. This was Leng Noa's account, so she would make the expenditure public. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. When he first created Violent Waves, he did not think that he would be able to earn money. The guild had 3 million in funds. Although it was not much, it was a good start. In the future, Violent Waves could truly take off. He raised his head and looked at the golden-haired swift macaque in the boss room. This time, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless and approached it with invisibility. A level 5 dungeon boss would not be easy to deal with. The swift macaque's attack speed was simply abnormal. If it did not count the combo, Lu Chen could attack the boss twice. Damn, this effect can be used to level up. Its movement speed is also so fast. If I don't use crowd control, it's simply invincible. Luckily, this guy's attack and health were not outstanding. Lu Chen had changed a few pieces of equipment and his strength had greatly increased. In addition, he was very careful this time, so he defeated the boss in half an hour. Killed, golden-haired raptor macaque, level 34 enhanced physique boss. Obtained 300,000 auras. Obtained 10 6th rank talent fragments. Obtained 10 6th rank evolution points. Ding! Obtained item, Wishful Staff, level 30 purple, *1, Golden Macaque, level 30 blue, *1, level 30 Monster Core, green, *5, fuck, what the hell? Why is there only one piece of equipment from the level 5 reward? Lu Chen was furious. Was the system playing with him? Check the wishful staff. Wishful staff, level 30 purple. It is said that this long staff was once used by that monkey when he was cultivating. That monkey? Which one? Lu Chen's face was gloomy. Even so, was this the reason why you only dropped one? Physical attack 134 to 208, strength 174, agility 280, physique 104, critical rate plus 18%, critical damage plus 20%, special effect 1, earth-shattering chasm. Attack the ground in a specific direction. The huge explosive force will cause the ground to collapse, creating a chasm that is 100 meters long and 15 meters wide. Physical attack x3, 6,411 points, damage will be dealt and the target will be stunned for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds, special effect 2, clone. Create an illusion. The illusion inherits 30% of the body's attributes and receives 300% damage. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds, special effect 3, tree climb. Jump on a tree and jump between trees. The jump distance is 30 meters. You can carry at most one friendly unit while jumping. Lu Chen was shocked. Fuck, what kind of special effect is this? Is tree climb serious? Why do I have this skill? Tree climb was the first to be ridiculed by Lu Chen. In addition to this special effect, the other two special effects of the wishful staff were godly. Needless to say, the earth-splitting chasm was a 100-meter long and 15-meter wide chasm. It also had 6,000 plus damage and 3 seconds of stun. It was simply explosive. What excited Lu Chen the most was the second special effect, clone. In many games, clone was always a first-line skill. There were too many uses for clone. It could disrupt the enemy's judgment, transfer aggro, provide damage, and so on. It was very useful. Although the clone's attack power was only 30% and it had to suffer more damage, under the support of Lu Chen's super high attributes, this clone could still fight very well. Fuck this, what should I do? Which one should I use, Tiger's Sob or the staff? Tiger's Sob's special effect was also very strong. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain provided a combo attack, while Tiger's Roar converted the physical attack into a spiritual attack. This was the core special effect of the Titanic Slash. Lu Chen wanted all of these special effects. By the way, the equipment can be strengthened. Can it be fused? Lu Chen frowned. Players can't fuse directly. It seems that I have to go to Lingxiao City first. After making up his mind, Lu Chen temporarily ignored the wishful staff and casually glanced at the remaining loot. There was also a level 30 blue, golden macaque. Only one was dropped. Looking at the name, he did not know where it came from. Golden macaque, take a look. Golden macaque, level 30 blue, summon the Mount Golden Macaque after use. Poof, Lu Chen almost vomited blood. It's a mount. In front of him, a 3D image of a huge monkey appeared. It looked very similar to the 3 bosses in the Fiend City ruins. Increase movement speed by 70% after riding. Lu Chen immediately used the item. Suddenly, a huge golden macaque appeared in front of him. It was more than 8 meters tall. Standing in front of Lu Chen, it looked like a giant monster. This guy looked fierce. The wings of its nose were angry, its hands were on the ground, and its body was covered with golden hair. It looked majestic. Damn, the Jiutian mount is so big. This is a blue mount. It looks like a boss. The golden macaque stood there, looking around as if waiting for something. Lu Chen frowned and said, "Golden macaque, what are you looking at? Your master is here." After the golden macaque saw Lu Chen, it opened its palm in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately understood and walked up. The golden macaque lifted Lu Chen and put him on its shoulder. Lu Chen only felt that he was standing on the edge of a 10-story building. Unfortunately, he was still in the dungeon and could not see anything. He immediately said, "Exit the dungeon." After leaving the dungeon, Lu Chen felt the feeling of looking down at the mountains. Damn, the experience is so real. This mount is too domineering. Lu Chen stood on the shoulder of the golden macaque and looked at the surrounding forest. His vision was much wider than before. Right, I should equip the wishful staff first. I'll climb the tree to see. After changing his equipment, Lu Chen jumped up and landed directly on a tree. Then he jumped again and jumped to another tree. He had a lot of fun. Haha, interesting, golden macaque, I'll try to jump on you. Lu Chen jumped up and landed firmly on the shoulder of the golden macaque. Haha, cool. I suddenly realized that climbing trees is the essence of Jiutian. In the world of Xianxia, shouldn't one be able to leap over roofs and vault over walls? Golden macaque, go to Firmament City first. If I can equip it, I'll use this staff. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.